Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, if it is for you, but it's morning for me. Um, I am showing you what it looks like in the courtroom right now, but there is no indication that there is a verdict that I can see. I'm looking at several different streams and looking at several different tabs. Um, and I think that people are just kind of hanging out in the courtroom. Unless somebody else has other information. That's what it looks like. Uh-oh. Here's some noise. Hold on. Is this a verdict? Do we actually have a verdict? This is wild if they do, because that is freaking insanely quick. These jurors really thought about it over the weekend. Maybe it is a juror question. She looks frazzled. Not that I wouldn't be frazzled under the same circumstances, but what the heck is going on, people? What the heck is going on? I'm doing other searches here just to try to figure things out. See, now it's quiet again. I don't know. I mean, if there's usually when there's a juror question, they don't bring in the defendant, but it could be. We'll see. You know, it's different state to state. I'm not a lawyer. I just watch these things. You're in Flint, huh, Christina? This is wild. I mean, what is happening? Hey, Grandma Sherry. Hello, everybody coming in.
Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990-F8.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Oh.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of you.
Thank you. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good morning. We got a question. You can be seated. We got a question from the jury.
A question.
I thought was really easy to answer. I guess I don't know if there's an agreement about that, but if you don't agree, then we're going to decide on how to answer it. The question is whether the standard jury instruction 16.10 and 16.13 are different. But it says the 16.10 and 16.13,
Yep, you guys called it.
Two different ways that we can conclude that involuntary manslaughter, or a 16.13 a support to 16.10. So I guess I would say the answer to the first question is yes.
It is, Judge, and I would just ask that the court reread 20.30A, which clearly articulates that. So I think that's why it wasn't just a yes or no response. I think this instruction 20.30A is right on point to the question.
Okay, so can I answer the first question, yes?
Yes, Judge.
And then say, please refer to 20.30A, unanimity.
Yes, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm not sure. I'm trying to find 20.30A.
It's right between 16.13 and 16.10. It's the one that talks about alternative.
Boy, that audio is not good.
It's a non-standard, because it's a definitely a civil jury instruction.
I'm going to go to another tab and see if the audio is better. Hold on.
I'm sorry,
20.30A, it's a non-standard.
Not any better.
It's a unanimity instruction.
Hey, Chopper. That's right, Tony.
Sorry, Judge, I'm trying to find. Okay.
Yeah, I think they might have a couple times, Scarlett.
Okay, I believe the court is correct. However, the way I read the question is that the jury is confused, obviously, about there being two ways to prove the charge. When they ask about one instruction supporting another, I believe that they should reread 20.30A, and then the one theory of the prosecution is 16.13, which describes the legal duty. I believe the second theory by the prosecution is 16.10, which describes the theory. Okay, but I think what supports 16.10 is the definition in 16.18. So when this jury is asking for a question about support, I believe the confusion lies in the fact that,
They didn't ask me that.
well, when they say, I don't see how 20.3A clears up the question they're asking. I believe the jury needs to be instructed to read 20.3A, and then they need to consider 16.13 or 16.10, and in doing 16.10, understand the definition of gross negligence is in 16.18. That's what the defense believes.
They didn't ask that, Judge, and it's not up to us to guess what they're thinking or not. The answer to the question, the first question is clearly yes, and 20.30A is clearly on point, so.
Yeah, the answer is yes. And then I'm going to say, please refer to 20.30A. And I'm also going to say, please consider all instructions as included.
Thank you, Judge.
Right, I'm going to send this note in. Right?
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Well, that wasn't super helpful. Hold on a sec.
Maybe even.
I'm going to keep listening to see if they'd say anything else. The question is really hard. It was hard for me to understand because they were just referring to the jury instructions and numbers on the jury instructions. And it seemed to be something about the definition of support. If anybody in the chat heard better, it was just really hard to hear, and they were talking numbers and jury instructions. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch over to Jennifer's testimony, and I'm going to keep this going. So we're watching. I'll be monitoring that. I'm going to switch over to Jennifer's testimony. Hold on a moment. But I want to say hi to everybody first. Hello. Please remember to hit the thumbs up. I will share the member link in a moment in case you want to become a member. I do plan to cover the Adam Montgomery trial because I'm super interested in that. But have they chosen a jury yet? Because I thought that they were just going to start choosing a jury this week. Did they, for those of you who have been following it more closely, have they selected the jury already? because I thought they were going to start that basically this week. Anyway, if anybody knows whether they, it's going to be a really tough trial. It's going to be a really tough trial. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to cover jury selection. To me, that's a really arduous, slow process. Yeah. I'm probably going to start with opening arguments. I'll probably monitor it just for my own interest, but so I hope you all had a good weekend. I am quite sore. I did a major cleaning of my house. You know, one of those cleanings where you're stepping up and down and up and down and up and down. Remember those step classes we used to take in the 90s? You know, step classes. Every inch of my body hurts, my legs, my back, everything. I'm like, Someone was trying to talk to me yesterday, and I was like, I can't even talk. I'm so tired. Yeah, I heard something about negligence or something. Yeah, I heard something about support. I heard something about negligence. All right. So we're going to start looking at this. Are they still a thing, trauma punks? Step classes are still a thing. Well, hey, they were damn good exercise. I'll tell you that. You got into a wreck yesterday? I'm so sorry. I hope you're generally okay other than the hurting. That sucks. That really sucks. So let's get into this testimony, which, you know, at points really, really really confused me at points, but also clarified some points for me. You know, sometimes I saw Jennifer's points. Sometimes I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, the car's okay too. Good. All right, let's get going here.
Understand that after I question you, the prosecution is going to be able to cross-examine you.
Let me know if you can't
And
hear.
you understand they're going to be able to cross-examine text messages to, or your Facebook messages to your husband, all of those messages with Mr. Maloche, all the evidence in the case,
Yes,
correct?
I do.
They get full reign on cross-examination. We've gone over that, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you have any questions for myself or for Judge Matthews about testifying?
No, I don't.
Are you doing this because anyone has threatened you or coerced you into testifying?
No.
Is this your choice?
Yes.
Is it voluntary, freely made by you?
Yes.
Is there anything you think the court should know about this decision?
No.
Just,
Do you have any questions for me, Mrs. Clement?
I do not.
Okay. All right.
Should we address council's motion while the jury's out?
I guess she mentioned that maybe we can do it later. We can reserve it. I'll reserve it.
sounds good, thank you.
All right, so, are you ready for the jury?
Hang on.
Okay, I shall fast forward as the jury comes in.
If you need to take a break for any reason, let me know. Okay. Thank you.
Is it text
Oops.
messages?
My bad.
Yeah.
Not sure, it depends on childcare.
So who would that person?
I'm not sure. They have never told me who they were calling. I'm not sure.
I thought they told you the night before.
Yeah, I'll tell them tonight. I've been in court with Mrs. Crumbley all day, so I don't know who I'm calling next.
Okay, I guess it's gonna be hard to believe that we're gonna get past her, maybe we will. Maybe we will. You think we will?
I don't know. Depends how long the process is. I believe I'll get through her. All right, for the jury.
You swear or affirm the testimony about today is the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you. Would you state the name for the record?
So-
First and last name.
It's Jennifer Crumbley.
One of the first things I noticed about her, this is, her first day of testifying. The other creepy defense, what happened to the other creepy defense lawyer? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure who you're talking about, Tony. You may have to remind me. But one of the first things I noticed about Jennifer when she came in is that she's wearing white. And that's just like one of the tricks in the book that defense lawyers use. Wear something light, something pure, look innocent. So I guess this is about as innocent as she could look, right?
JENNIFER CRUMBLEY.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I'm going to hold the podium up just so I can see a little bit better.
Also notice that a lot of defendants testify.
Uh-oh. I think it might have been the microphone.
Is that your microphone?
She's looking at the jury like, okay. You can tell she's super nervous. Like something on her body is making her move. Color chopper. Oh, becoming a member, Trauma Punks.
All right, good afternoon.
The other attorney was for her and her husband and making sure it stayed by law, considering they have different laws.
I just
Being
need to
married.
get.
Oh,
is there any
lawyers
way to
being
put the
married.
screen on?
Sure. Actually, that one goes on last, so.
And what I'm going to have to do is, I'm going to leave this unplugged for a moment. So that when I need an exhibit, I'll
To answer your
just plug it in.
question, Lacey Ann, I think
Because I
that must be her
have those fancy
husband's lawyer at this
between
point
slides.
because they separated their cases.
This one goes on.
Well,
They don't all go on simultaneously.
they don't. Okay.
So this is, one more point where you don't have to, Sparkles.
This one is not on.
No one has to listen if they don't want
Let's
to.
see what happens when I just go like. Okay. I'm gonna have to pull it out each time. So
This is
I-
one more of
I
many
apologize
times
for
that
each one.
Shannon has troubles with the technology, but hey,
So-
let's not ding her on the technology issue. Every lawyer seems to have
All right, Mrs. Crumbley,
technology.
can you please start by identifying yourself? Tell the jury who you are.
My name is Jennifer Crumbley, and I'm the defendant in this case.
And how old are you?
I'm 45.
Mrs. Crumbley, the jury has heard so much testimony. Do you agree?
Yes.
I'm gonna go a little bit faster through things. And if there's something we need to explain, or if I'm cutting you off, let me know. Okay, and you understand that as I speak, you have to wait for me to finish speaking?
Correct.
Okay, so Mrs. Crumbley, very briefly, go ahead and tell the jury what you did for a living.
I was a marketing director at a real estate acquisition company.
So lawyers tend to train their defendants to look at the jury when they give their answers, but it's not natural to do that, right? To have somebody ask you a question and then to look at somebody else to give an answer. And she stopped doing it after a while. BK should lend Ms. Crumbley a suit. Tony, that's funny. Anyway, anyone who doesn't know who BK is, that's Brian Koberger. But anyway, the whole looking at the jury thing looks very performative, and Amber Heard did that a lot. And if you aren't aware, I did a lot of Amber Heard analysis on this channel and on my other channel, Checkmate Humanity, and I just felt like she was Amber put on an entire performance, right? And she's not a good actress. That's one of the reasons she lost, because on the stand, you're not supposed to put on her performance. You're supposed to tell the truth. It's just that there are certain ways that the truth better presented, right? And so when you're guilty and you're trying to put on a performance, that comes through more than just the God's honest truth, right? So I agree. One Red Rose, she looks well rehearsed. Her dog stepped on a bee, Caroline D. Get it right, girl. Get it right. I mean, come on. Come on now. All right, let's keep going. You didn't come here to hear me, right? Wait, I need to take this off.
And how long did you hold that position?
5 years.
Now, does that kind of position include any kind of presentations or public speaking, anything like that?
Not a lot.
And how do you feel right now about talking to this jury?
Public speaking is probably my biggest fear. So very nervous.
Okay. And at times, you have been upset.
See, the thing is, anyone would be nervous on the stand. It's not about public speaking. It's about you're testifying for your life, right? You're testifying in a murder trial or a, second degree murder trial, a involuntary manslaughter trial, whether you're going to stay in jail for or not. I would be like, yes, I'm nervous. I'm on trial for second degree murder. Public speaking is your biggest concern. So it's understandable that that's an answer, but it just, whatever.
During this trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you okay to keep proceeding?
Yes.
I want you to tell this jury just a little bit about your personality, and I think we've seen some of it on the videos. Is that fair to say?
You have.
Okay, let's talk about when you have a really stressful situation. What is your, let's say an animal dies in your family or a person dies in your family. How do you handle something like that, news like that?
I go into a go planning mode. I internalize things, and my reaction is to take care of other things that may have to be taken care of, like financials or things that keep the house running. I tend to hold things in, and I let it out when I'm alone. So having a lot of emotions for me is difficult.
Now, in this case, aside from this case, is that true in other situations of your life?
Yeah.
Can you give the jury an example?
Yeah, my husband had a hard time holding down a job after his mother passed away. So when he would lose a job.
So she pretty early on starts throwing shade at the husband, right? He had a hard time holding down a job after his mother passed away. The unspoken things are, I was the breadwinner. I had to carry the household. Maybe true, but throwing shade early on, right?
Job, I would actually be the one finding the ones for him and sending them from Indeed or Monster and taking plans of how we're going to put certain things on payments. It's just, I take control of things. That's just what I do.
Okay. And you,
Take control. Okay.
I want to talk to you. You mentioned your husband. When did you and James Crumbley meet?
In October of 2004.
And how long have you been together?
Okay. Thank you for saying that. New mysteries. I'm going to adjust my volume. Is that better? I don't like being louder. I don't like having you guys having to adjust. It's just that the volume of the court is so low. It's infuriating. Can you please tell me if that's better for you? Because that is really irritating for the listener. Oh, good. Perfect. Thank you. I just realized that I just did this. I went like this. I said, is that okay? Did I fix that right? Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Perfect. All right. Thanks for letting me know. Never hesitate, you all, to let me know if there are volume issues or any sort of issues. It never hurts my feelings. Okay. Just letting you know.
It will be 18 years this September.
And are you still together and married at this time?
We are.
Have you spoken to him recently?
No,
How long has it been since you've spoken to him?
a little over 2 years.
So since the day of the shooting,
Correct.
or not shooting, the day you were arrested.
Correct.
You have a son.
Yes.
The jury's heard a lot about your son. Okay. I want to talk about your son prior to November 30th. Okay.
Okay.
Tell the jury.
You know, that was interesting. The lawyer says, you have a son? She says, yes. And then she kind of dissociates. If you guys want to know what dissociation looks like, that's what it looks like, because the lawyer asks her again and she's like staring off into space. Watch this.
The jury's heard a lot about your son.
That's
I want to
dissociation.
talk about
She's
your
like
son prior to
in another world.
November 30th. Okay.
Okay.
Tell the jury how old he was at that time.
He was 15 years old.
And give the jury an idea about what kinds of things he was into, what his hobbies included.
Oh, he was really into bowling. He was actually really good at it. He was into metal detecting. He was into,
What do you mean by metal detecting?
he would we have a metal detector, so we would go to the beach, or we went to Florida out by the ocean, or the neighbor's yard. They weren't there anymore, so we go in the neighbor's yard and see if we could find old coins or cans or whatever he would find. But he really liked that. He was into his BB guns and target practice. We had a half acre of land in the village of Oxford that went straight back.
I'm just trying to understand. Is she saying that after the neighbors left, he went into the neighbor's yard and started doing metal detecting in somebody else's property? Is that allowed? I'm just curious.
So in the backyard, we set up little targets that we got from Amazon. We can just kind of shoot down like little whatever. See, he was into his video games. He did soccer from age 3 until 9th grade. He had a lot of different interests. Coin collecting.
Do you have some interests?
I do.
Okay, we've heard about horses.
I like horses. I also snow ski. I'm a big reader, and I worked a lot, so I didn't have a lot of time to do the reading.
Okay, now when you say snow ski,
Now, she just said I worked a lot. She keeps putting up this portrayal of her being a hard worker and carrying the burden and stuff. And then when you hear her work hours, I'm sorry, but to me, that isn't necessarily that's a normal work schedule. That's a 40-hour family friendly work schedule. You'll see.
did you ever work? Oh, back up. Were there any activities that you and Ethan enjoyed doing together?
Yes. I joined the ski patrol because the family can ski free, also to help people out. So I got him into skiing at the age of 7, and he would come out with me on my patrol shifts and come skiing with me. So we were in that together.
What about horses? Did he ever go out to the barn with you?
He did, but he didn't really like horses. The one horse I had was kind of aggressive, so it intimidated him. That kind of turned him off from going to the barn. It's kind of boring if you're not the person with the horse. There's a lot of standing around and a lot of nothing.
Okay. So would you spend time together with him at home?
Yeah.
Okay, tell the jury what kinds of things you guys did as together or as a family.
We did a lot of board games. We also had the virtual reality set for the PS4, so we did a lot of the
So
Beat
neat.
Saber. You can probably Google
I
that.
don't even know what you're talking about.
It's like you're holding lightsabers and has music, and you have to like hit the beats, but it's all in 3D. So it's a virtual reality headset.
Okay, so you would do that with him?
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
We had a pool. We like swimming together. I mean, really just normal stuff.
Okay, did you do holiday things?
We did.
Give us some examples.
Notice how often she says normal or just portrays them as having a normal life. So she just wants everybody to know that everything was super normal. There wasn't anything to notice, right?
So every year around Thanksgiving, I always cook Thanksgiving dinner. The day after, we would go cut our Christmas tree down, and then we decorate that weekend. We watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Halloween, we grew our own pumpkins. So we always carved our own pumpkins and had a whole bunch put around the house. Easter was, it's normal family stuff.
Did you have an interest in like home improvement kind of stuff?
Yeah, our house was an auction house. So basically it was wrapped in blue tarp when we bought it at auction. So we've been trying to improve the house since 2015. So we new roof, exterior, and then I've been working on exterior and interior ever since.
Were there things that your son was interested in outside of video games? Was there anything academic that he was interested in?
He really liked history. He was a big history buff. We can play Trivial Pursuit, and he would get me in history every single time.
So I don't know if anyone heard Ethan Crumbley's kind of the audio of the videos he did the night before he went and shot people. But he definitely was a history buff. He was definitely into violent history, into, political history and fascism and stuff like that, and political movements. And it basically gave, he zeroed in on areas of history that he was interested in, which appeared to be everybody's fucked. That was his basic, interest in history, is everybody's fucked. Seriously. It was sad where he focused. And that isn't saying that anybody did anything wrong with, teaching him world history. It goes to show where his brain focused. And when those are the types of things that you need to notice as a parent or as a teacher, what are the things that a child is zeroing in on? I don't know. I'm not saying he was a right winger. I'm saying that he was really, he was just into violence and just about, he had kind of a nihilistic sense of the world that, everybody's just fucked. That seriously. And I don't know, I didn't pick up a specific side to it. I don't know.
But that was probably his only favorite subject. The rest he could do without.
How did he do in school?
He did good if he applied himself. His problem was he didn't try as hard as I think he could. So he had up and down grades. I would say it's about average.
Okay, and when you say about average, was that something that you talked to him about? Was that something you monitored? Tell the jury about that.
Yeah, you heard about the Power School app during this trial. So I had it on my phone and I was on it multiple times a day. And his grades will fluctuate based on what assignments the teachers turned in on the Power School app. Our biggest struggle with him were missing assignments. That was the one thing we battled all the time.
Why was that a hot button
Welcome,
issue
Yella.
for you?
Because there's no reason why he should have missing assignments. He had a homeroom class and get assignments done in.
Okay. There were, you talked about your job. What were the average hours you worked a week?
I usually I got to the office between 7 and 8 in the morning and leave anywhere between 4 and 6.
And we've heard lots of evidence already. It was family friendly.
Yeah.
Were you able to go and leave and go as you needed to?
Pretty much, yep.
Did you care about your job?
I did a lot.
Okay. Explain, did you have any changes in positions over the year or year and a half, 2 years before this?
I did. When I first started with the company, I was hired in as a social media coordinator. I stayed in that role until about 2020.
See his sparkles.
I got promoted to director of marketing. And I held the position until I was terminated.
Okay. And you were, did you work during COVID?
I did. I worked remotely for about 6 months during COVID. Then I went back to the office in, I believe it was August of 2020.
Did you enjoy work?
I did. It was fun. It was marketing's, it's exciting, and I like doing graphic design. I did. I really liked my job.
Now, the jury already heard about Brian. Brian testified.
Correct.
Tell the jury about Brian.
Well, I've known him since high school. We've been friends since then. He's part of the horse community. He has horses. And as you heard yesterday, we did have an extramarital affair. It's probably the extent of our, but we were good friends too.
How often in terms of the affair, how often would you spend time together with Brian during 2021?
Maybe an average of once a week.
Okay. How long did the affair last over?
About 6 months.
Do you feel like that affair caused you to neglect Ethan or not spend time with him? I'm sorry, your son, in any way?
No,
Explain why you don't feel that's the case.
because when I met with Brian, it was in the mornings. On his way home from the station, he would pass my work. And so the time I was coming to work, we would meet at the Costco parking lot, and that was it. He'd go about his day, I'd go about mine.
It's so romantic.
And is it fair to say that you lied to keep that affair going?
Yes, I did.
And I apologize if I asked this, I just am not writing notes. Did you say the date range that started?
It was around spring of 2021.
Okay. And as far as you knew, did you ever talk to your son about that?
No,
And did you ever talk to your husband about it?
no,
If anything, you lied to him about what you were doing, or lied by omission, not telling him.
no, yeah. As far as I knew, I was going to work in the morning. That was.
Okay. Outside of those morning times, how many other times would you say you and Brian got together?
It was 2 or 3. I went on some business trips where I would stay overnight, and he would meet me. He'd meet me at the hotel.
So that happened 2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times.
Were there other business trips you took where he did not meet you?
Yeah, there was quite a few.
When Christy Gibson Marshall testified, do you remember who she was?
I do.
Who was she?
She was the assistant vice principal.
And she commented she knew Ethan in she knew your son in elementary school, correct?
Correct.
And she said she testified obviously already about recognizing him. Did that surprise you?
No.
She also mentioned something about emails with you. Do you recall having email exchanges with her?
There is one regarding his report card, getting additional help in math.
Was there any time at that point or into high school that you ever had to email with teachers about discipline issues?
Not discipline, no.
How often would you email about missing assignments or grade type issues?
That was a regular thing.
You know, one thing, did you guys watch the assistant principal's testimony in this? It was heartbreaking because she's the assistant principal was the one who came out and walked toward him because she recognized him. And she looked at him, and this was after he had already shot some people. And she looked at him, and she was just in absolute shock that it was this kid that she knew from elementary school that was doing this. And they looked at each other, and he didn't shoot her. It's absolutely harrowing testimony. So if we don't have a verdict before we're done with this testimony, then I'm probably going to show that because I honestly consider her one of the most bravest, courageous people I've ever seen. This woman. So let me keep going here.
Okay, and you said you monitor power schools every day. Approximately how many times a month would you say you went to the teachers, or was it weekly? I don't know.
It would be, I wouldn't say it was on a regular basis, but when it happened, it was a series of messages. He'd be struggling in geometry. And so me and the teacher would message back and forth quite a bit. And then he started getting better and it was die off. So it was sporadic, but it was a lot when it happened.
Now, we saw pictures of your house. How did you feel about seeing those pictures?
Horrible.
Okay, why is that?
Because my son has a very messy room, and it was right after Thanksgiving, and we hosted Thanksgiving, and it was pretty messy. It was kind of embarrassing.
Okay,
Really embarrassing.
explain the 2-bedroom thing, or what was going on with that?
So my son, he had 1 bedroom and it got out of control. And every time I go to clean it, I just shut the door. I just didn't want to deal with it. So then I told him he could just use the guest bedroom until I could get his room deep cleaned. The day before Thanksgiving, I was deep cleaning because we have people over every Thanksgiving. And my intention was to clean both rooms, but I caught my oven on fire in the self-clean mode. So instead, I had the fire department out and everything. So instead of getting his rooms clean, I was scraping out the black charcoal stuff.
So this testimony about her house reminds me of, whenever I used to talk to my kids about why they didn't clean their room. Well, Mom, this happened and then this happened. I had to do my homework first and then I had to, you wanted me to do this and then something blew up in my room and I had no control over it. And then this happened and then this happened. And she's kind of like whining about all these other things happening that made her house messy. Now, my house has been messy for various reasons. But there's one thing I want to point out, okay? She was paying something like $5,000 to $20,000 per month to keep her horses. All right. When you can afford to pay that much money to keep your horses, you can afford to get a cleaning lady. That's what you might do. If you want to keep your house for your kid in a certain way, such that he grows up and is able to keep his house in a certain way later, 30 square meter, 30 square meters. Okay. I thought you were saying 30 square feet. I'm like, oh my God, trauma punks. Anyway, there's, yes, that's a great way to put it, Yella. Her priorities were so far off. She was putting all this money into, I think they had 2 horses. Yeah. And Gina, I think they said $20,000 a year. Okay. I mean, you can put 20,000 of that money into being a better housekeeper, paying somebody to do it, or, and we'll get into, her work hours in a minute.
Inside your oven so I could cook dinner the next day. But yeah, he was in a 2nd bedroom because I didn't want to clean his room anymore. It was enough.
Did you have any plans?
So he was put in a spare bedroom because his room had gotten so messy that he was basically dirtied himself into an entirely new room. So rather than just cleaning the room that you have, you move into another room. Okay. And having just spent an entire weekend like cleaning my home from top to bottom, you just don't, you suck it up. You grow up, you suck it up. You put aside the things that you would rather be doing. Would I have rather been sitting on my ass just watching drama all weekend? Sure. Nope. I don't got time for that when I have to clean my freaking house.
to do anything with all that stuff?
Yeah, we're going through a lot of stuff because he outgrew a lot of the clothes and the shoes. There's a lot of toy-like things that he doesn't use anymore, so we're just going to pack it up and donate it.
Okay, and when were you planning to do that?
Between Thanksgiving and Christmas, before he got new stuff.
Now, we saw,
You know, I used to babysit for a family across the street, and their house was absolutely filthy. And one time, me and my friend were babysitting the kids together, and we were like, let's do something really nice and clean the house for the parents. I mean, you know, they're busy, they both work, and, you know, wouldn't it be nice? Maybe we'll earn a little bit more money if we clean. When the parents got home, they were pissed. They were pissed that we cleaned. And now I understand it. They felt like we were insulting them. They felt like we did something to make them look bad. And I feel like that's the type of parents these were.
a video. I guess I want to talk to you about, there's one friend in particular your son spent a lot of time with, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we're not going to say his name, but let's just refer to him as the friend.
Okay.
Okay. Overall, was that your son's only friend?
That was his only friend that came over. He did have friends that he talked to during school.
New Zealand, I agree. You can be a fantastic parent, but also have a filthy house. I get it. But when you pile a filthy house on top of not spending time with your kid, on top of leaving a gun unsafe, on top of not paying attention to his clear mental distress, on top of other things that we don't know, you might have neglectful parents. You know what I'm saying? It's not just one thing.
But that was the only one that he spent time with outside of school.
And how often would you say he came over?
Oh, he used to walk home with them every day from school. The summertime, he'd go on camping trips with us. Sometimes he would spend more than a week with us. He called him my second son.
Okay, he was the second son. Did you know he was going to be moving away at any point?
Not that abruptly, no.
Okay, so when he moved away, is it fair to say it was a
Oh,
surprise to you?
I know
and
New
your
Zealand.
It was.
son? What kinds of things would the boys do together at your house?
Oh, they go down to the lake and go fishing. They would walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy. They go in the backyard, shoot the BBs. They go swimming in the pool. We took them bowling a lot. They played video games.
Now, when you had him over at the house, or I guess was it more common for him to be at your house or for your son to be at? Why is that?
Because he had OCD, not my son, but his friend had OCD issues, and he didn't want other people in the house.
At your house, did that friend exhibit any issues?
No, not at all.
Okay, so were you surprised when he moved?
Yeah, very surprised.
We saw evidence that you had Life 360 on your phone, and it was on James's phone, right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what Life 360 is, what the point of it is, why it's on the phone?
So one red rose, the friend apparently had, as she said, a lot of OCD issues, right? And my understanding is that when the friend moved, he was actually institutionalized for these OCD issues. But this is also the friend that the shooter was texting, talking about, I need help, I'm feeling a certain kind of way, but if I call 911, my parents will get pissed and stuff like that. And that was used as, hey, the friend didn't do anything to get Ethan help, as if they're going to take the opinion of a minor child who has major OCD issues, right? So they keep sloughing off their job, their opinion, their judgments off on other people. Uh-oh, was I, somehow my mic muted when it wasn't supposed to be muted? Sorry, I'm going to keep going. Sorry.
The family tracking app, so you know where people are at. My husband's mother-in-law got sick in the middle of April, and instead of me worrying about where he was while he was down in Florida with his mother and I was up here, we just installed the app on his phone, so I knew if he was at the hospital, or if I knew he was at his dad's house. So just that way, I have to bother him. I'm always worried about him and places he goes. So it's just one thing that eased my mind a little bit.
Do you, is that something you frequently message your husband? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
A lot.
Okay, so the jury's going to see the entire stack of exhibits. If they go through all of your messages, how often a week would you say you're on top of him about where he is?
Daily.
What about your son? Were you ever worried about where he was?
I mean, not
Throwing more shade at James. I was constantly having to figure out where James was. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I was the only one holding down the fort. Okay.
during the day. He was at school. If he didn't get home from school the time he was supposed to, I'd worry about him.
Okay. And did you ever ask James about him in messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
The prosecution introduced evidence that makes it sound like you and James only talk about these horses.
Actually, the form of the question makes it sound, and this is direct exam, not cross, so this should be non-leading questions.
How often would you say you discuss your horses versus your son when you're messaging each other?
A lot more with the horses.
Why is that?
All right, I'm muting this. I see activity coming back into the room. There must be a question or something. So let's see what's happening. Let's see what's going on. Why have they come back into the room? Probably a question, but let me... Another question, yeah. Well, let's see if we can figure out what this question is. Last time, it was really difficult to understand the question. Yeah, it is a really small room, and the judge kept saying, the walls are like cardboard in here. She was talking really low, and especially Shannon Smith, the defense counsel, is talking really loud. It is quite small for this particular. It seems like they would have bigger courtrooms. I mean, I think this might be the same courthouse where the Larry Nassar trial was held. Shannon Smith represented Larry Nassar in that. If you don't know who Larry Nassar is, he's the man who sexually assaulted many gymnasts, including Olympic gymnasts, over the course of many years at the University of Michigan. Yeah. You know, every time they come back with the Nassau trial was there. Nassar. Every time they come back with a question, it just kind of prolongs the verdict. So, you know, I've always figured that this verdict might be a little longer than others that we've seen. Like, several verdicts in the last few months have come back, you know, after like 3 hours with guilty. You know, like Shonda Vander Ark and some others that you know, the names are actually escaping me at the moment. took like 3 hours. Like the Murdoch verdict came back pretty quickly. This one's more difficult because it's about a parent, about whether a parent can be responsible for the actions of her child, right? And it's a really tough question because who wants to think that their inability to see what happened, to detect what's going on with their child is going to cause what happened at Oxford, right? So, I think people have a much easier time dealing with just straight up, murders. This is an unprecedented trial, really. And I think the charges are warranted. I don't know for sure if it means that either one of them should be found guilty, but it is unprecedented. We've never seen parents of a school shooter be tried for what the school shooter did. And in this case, I think I've seen a lot of people try to make it into a kind of a political witch hunt. And I can see why they would think that, but I don't think it is when you look at the facts of this situation. Hold on a minute. My dog is being very needy right now. Hold on. When my dog is needy, he gets right up on the microphone. He's like, I know what you're paying attention to. You're paying attention to the microphone and not me. And he wants to get right up into it. Anyway, so, good morning, Bogart. Good morning. Yes. From California here as well. Yeah, doggies. He's my wonderful friend, but he can also be needy. He can also be needy and a little bit annoying at times when I'm trying to be here for my audience. What is I should probably know what LWAP is, but what is LWAP? Oh, life without parole. Sorry, life without parole. Yeah, I don't know. Teresa, I lived in San Francisco for almost 30 years. Almost 30 years. I raised my children in San Francisco. I raised my children in San Francisco. All right. What are they going to be doing here? Are these people coming in? I really do want to hear the nature of these questions, I hope they don't. Oh, you do? My kids my kids got a fantastic education from the SFUSD. So thank you. I appreciate that. They went to West Portal Elementary. One of them went to Lincoln High. And they both went to Hoover Middle School. So you probably know what those are. Tony, I know. That's what I was thinking when somebody was saying LWAP. I was like, is that a name of some musical artist or something? Kind of like, J-Lo. J-Lo and what do they call J-Lo and Ben Lo? I guess every time there's a question now, they have to go into the, bowels of the courthouse, into the jail, and get Jennifer dressed and her hair brushed or put in some sort of, oh, that's a cool job, Teresa. You're a clerk for the science department. You supply the schools with science materials. You know those schools. That's awesome. Well, thank you for your service. Doo-wop. Yeah. I wonder if her hair is going to be more brushed this time than when she came up. Why would I ban you? A girl has no name. I've never seen you before. You're not banned yet. If you disrespect my requests as a chatter, you will be. No problem. Everyone is welcome here as long as you are respectful to me and to other people. Oh, the camera's moving. The camera is moving. Well, so far, Teresa, they haven't said get off my tits or anything like that, so I'm not sure. Let's see how Jennifer looks now. Will her hair be a little bit more brushed? Will she be wearing white again? What was she wearing earlier? I think she was wearing white again. I guess you wear white on verdict day. Maybe they'll change their mind if you come in during questions wearing white, will they change their mind? What show are you guys talking about? Excuse me. I got a frog in my throat. Oh, Better Call Saul, man. I binge watched Better Call Saul, and I was sort of expecting it to not be quite as good as Breaking Bad, but I was pleasantly surprised at. Yep, she's wearing the white. Are strands of her hair still falling out in every which way but loose, or every which way and loose? They are old, but they're quality television. I'm gonna go watch them again. I value good performances. Walter, you named your dog Walter. Okay, so look at her hair. Come on, don't they have hairbrushes in jail, you guys? Do they not have hairbrushes in jail? I mean, has anybody here who's spent time in the county jail? No judging. But do they have hairbrushes? Please. Because I feel like the only time we've seen Jennifer with any semblance of having run a brush through her hair is when she was on the stand. Right? I mean, it's just, it's confounding. I am confounded. I mean, wouldn't Judge Judy say, hey, lady, I really, really feel like Judge Judy would be like, get out of here and go brush your hair. Go brush your hair and come back here when your hair is brushed. Right? I mean, come on. All right, finally.
I got a question from the jury. So I do both attorneys.
Speak louder, Judge.
Answer. The question is, can we infer anything from evidence or witnesses that the prosecution did not bring, specifically not bring in the shooter or other people who could answer how he specifically got the gun? The answer is no, right?
Correct, Judge.
Do I need to refer them to, do I need to send them 2.9 or 3.5?
I believe you need to send them 3.2, Your Honor, because a reasonable doubt is defined as a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence, and it appears they're asking about lack of evidence.
No, they're asking if they can fill in the blanks about why the shooter isn't there, aren't they?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we can't let them fill in the blanks.
Yes,
I agree
Marbles.
with that, but I think it goes to, they're asking essentially why the shooter didn't testify or other witnesses, and the defense doesn't have a burden to put any on. So we believe it's important to remind the jury that the burden is on the people and that a reasonable doubt can come from lack of evidence.
Judge, again, we can't guess what they're thinking, we just answer the questions. I'm sorry, which instructions did you?
I was thinking, well, these are the preliminary instructions 2.9 and or 3.5, was it?
2.9 I think would be appropriate here.
I'm sorry, 2.9, and what was the other?
3.5 maybe, I don't think it says. I can bring them in and read 2.9 and 3.5 for them if they want.
I tell you guys, I have my ear right up to the.
Talks about evidence, including only sworn testimony, witnesses, the exhibits, admitted evidence, anything else I tell you considers evidence.
It seems on point, Judge.
I have no objection to 2.9. I am just making a record that I'm also requesting 3.2.
Okay, wait, do you want 2.9 or 3.5, either one of those? I'm trying to keep myself to answering the question that they asked. They have an instruction with them about reasonable doubt. They've heard it a bunch of times. They do not have in the jury room 2.9, although they do have 3.5. So,
Judge, the answer to the question is no, and I think reading 2.9 again and 3.5 probably appropriate given the question.
that's what I'm gonna do.
Thank you.
I'm gonna bring them in now, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
I'm sorry, is that-
I'm gonna bring them in.
Okay, I just turned on subtitles. We'll see if that helps. Thanks for the reminder. Sometimes I forget to do that, trauma punks. The question is about something about why didn't Ethan Crumbley testify and about why he didn't get the about how he got the gun. Something about how he got the gun and why he didn't testify. I think what I'll do, if the subtitles are working, I think what I'll do is after they go out, after they finish this, I'll go back and see if the subtitles were able to catch that more clearly. Oh, the jury's coming in. And they infer anything from the last, infer anything, I think you mean.
You may be seated. You want me to know that I thought it'd be easier to bring you in and try to keep you in my term of writing. So, you asked, can we infer anything from evidence of witnesses that the prosecution did not bring? The answer is no. And you say specifically not bring in the shooter or other people who could answer how he specifically got the gun. So I'm going to take you back to our first day of trial and read you this instruction that I read you on the first day. When it's time for you to decide the case, you're only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. You also have a copy of 3.2. You don't have a copy of 2.9. That was read in the beginning of the trial. 3.5 says, when you discuss the case and decide on the verdict, you may only consider the evidence that has been properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it is important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. I'll now describe some of the things that are not evidence. The fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is on trial is not evidence. Likewise, the fact that she is charged with more than one crime is not evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments and any commentary are not evidence. They're only meant to help you understand the evidence in each side's legal theories. You should only accept things the lawyers say that are supported by the evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The lawyer's questions to the witnesses and my questions to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witnesses' answers. My comments, rulings, questions, and instructions are also not evidence. It's my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to the law and tell you the law that applies to this case. However, when I make a comment or give an instruction, I'm not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you should decide this case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case from the evidence. At times during the trial, I've excluded evidence that was offered or stricken testimony that was heard. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. Your decision should be based on all the evidence regardless of which party produced it. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, we must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during this trial. So I'm hoping that I helped you. All right. So I'll have you return to the jury room.
All rise for the jury.
I'm going to stay on this to see if there's any other conversation after the jury leaves.
You may be seated. The lawyer's approach on the issue I brought up previously.
Yes, sir.
They're doing a sidebar. So it doesn't sound like they want to know specifically how he got the gun. They want to know what they should take away from the fact that he did not testify. The thing is that there was testimony about how he got the gun. The gun shop owner testified about James bringing him to the shop and testing out guns and buying one and, filling out a permit slip. But it was mine, if I remember correctly, it was James. This is a sidebar. I think when Lana wanted a sidebar, it was because she didn't want something to be on camera. She didn't want something to be something that would be shown on video. Too bad, so sad. Anyway, so I think that they're trying to understand, what should we take away from the fact that the shooter did not testify? And let's see if there's anything. All right. So we're going to go back to Jennifer Crumbley's. I'm going to mute this.
You may be seated.
Wait. Yeah. Jennifer's being shackled back up. Shannon whispers in her ear some more. Maybe she's saying, just before you come back in again, try to brush your hair a little bit more. Your breath is a little bit stinky. Maybe chew some gum. Okay, just kidding. But All right. And there she goes. Let's go back to the testimony. Yeah. It was James without her because she said that backwards thing about it. I didn't know they were going to the gun store, but I knew they were buying a gun or something like that. Right. Shannon should have bought her a bra. Oh, God. Hey. The trials and tribulations of being a woman. You know what I mean? Anyway, yeah. So there was clear testimony about how the gun was purchased. It was more about what should we take away from the fact that the shooter did not testify about it. So, all right. And what should we infer as the public opinion people? We out here, the watchers, the lurkers, what should we infer from the fact that the jury is asking these questions? They're torn. It sounds to me like they're torn. You know, they're being very careful. We'll see how many more questions they come out with, but they're being careful. They're picking through the testimony and the rules. They don't want to go against the jury instructions. It sounds to me like they don't want there to be a hung jury or a mistrial. One red rose. I was thinking they meant how he got the gun from the home. Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. That might be. Yeah, and they're getting technical. That's right. They're getting technical, which is good. I mean, the jury is just trying to follow instructions. It sounds to me like they're being very careful. And I noticed that the judge said, hey, I've noticed that. And also the prosecutor said, you've been paying very close attention and I appreciate that. And lawyers say that to the jury all the time, but I get the sense that this jury has been incredibly attentive this whole time. Yeah, you guys might be right. How did he have the gun that day? You guys are probably right about that. All right, let's keep watching her testimony, and here we go.
Because my horses, at least, were accident prone, and my husband didn't know a lot about horses. They were more.
I will after this, Teresa.
With him working from home, a lot of times I'd have him go out and check on him, tell him what to do. He started getting into him. He had questions. I knew my son was at school. I knew where he was at during the day.
Not there yet.
School. Horses can't talk, so if something's wrong, we got to kind of figure it out. But
okay,
yeah, we talked a lot about horses.
Is it fair to say that, did you have additional conversations with James about horses and or Ethan?
Yeah.
How often would you and James talk about or talk to Ethan?
Well, talk to him every day. Talk about him probably every day too.
Right. What did Ethan have scheduling things you had to work out?
Yeah, he had bowling practices throughout the week, bowling matches, and he worked part-time at a diner. So we had to work out transportation and scheduling with that.
In terms of your relationship with your son, how did you think your relationship was?
I thought we were pretty close. We would talk. We did a lot of things together. I trusted him, and I felt like I had an open door and he can come to me about anything. I mean, I felt as a family the three of us were really close.
Okay, you're getting a lot of, no, it's okay. You're getting a lot of redness here. Is that normal?
Yes, because I'm talking in front of people and my nerves act up. So I get splotchy and I might break out in hives, and I apologize.
Okay, but you are okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So with regard to your son, did you ever go through his text messages, go through his bedroom, What kind of a parent were you in terms of going through those things?
I did not go through his text messages. I didn't have a reason to. His bedroom, I would go through when I clean it. I come across it.
You know, here's the thing. You don't know whether you have a reason to go through your kids' text messages until you go through your kids' text messages. And I do understand. I always wanted to respect my kids' privacy, but I also realize that kids will hide things from their parents. So I would check my kids' messages out every once in a while just to make sure they weren't hiding something from me that I should know, right? You know, that no one was contacting them, that I didn't want or that they weren't doing anything to somebody else that I didn't want them to do. That's kind of the job of a parent, especially in these days of social media. They do need to be monitored because they will hide things that could quickly escalate into something really, really bad. And it happens fast in the digital realm. Okay.
Things I looked through it to see if there was something I needed to keep or throw away. But I never went through his text messages.
What about, you did say you went through his grades.
Correct.
Did you end up having discipline issues with him?
A couple of times we did, yes.
What kind of things would those be over?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay. What, any other things that were discipline issues
No,
at school or at home?
no.
Was there ever a time where you took away your son's phone?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
I don't remember exactly. I just know he got really angry about it. But we took him away a couple of times. We've taken his video games away.
Why did you do that?
Missing assignments in his grades.
Okay. So same stuff.
Same stuff.
Okay. We're going to talk about some of the text messages, and you would agree the prosecution admitted some text messages about one of those times when you took away his phone.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll get there. Okay. I want to talk about therapy, counseling, anything.
No, I mean, those concerns to me, but not to a level where I felt he needed to go see a psychiatrist or a mental health professional right away. No.
Did you ever deny him or say, no, I'm not going to take you to a mental health professional? Did he ever ask you?
No, I mean, one time when he was talking about what he wanted to do for his future, I don't know, he was feeling really down about it and stressed. My husband did call his school counselor to try to talk to him because they do a lot of future academic planning with the tech school.
Was that a mental health issue?
No, it was more or less addressing what was upsetting my son at that time.
Okay, and what was upsetting him?
The fact that he didn't know what he wanted to do. His grades weren't that great, so he was stressed out about getting into college. He was just having a hard time with his future goals.
Was there ever a time he was considering military?
He talked about it, yes.
Okay. Any other things that he talked about?
He wanted to go into video. He wanted to design video games. He wanted to own his own car shop, like not be the mechanic, but own the shop that mechanics worked at.
You know, sometimes I find it funny to hear the ambitions of kids. You know, I don't want to work on cars. I just want to own this shop. But how do you get to own a shop when you don't know how to work on cars? It's like kids sometimes think that they can just, jump into a job not knowing anything about it. And to me, that's just a maturity thing. It's not a school shooter thing. It's just funny. It's just funny. Yeah, teenagers, horses, and sex, lots to juggle.
But that was about it.
Okay. Were there other kinds of health treatments you did get for him? Like, did you take him to the doctor?
Yeah.
How often or for what?
When he got sick, if it was obviously, well, during COVID, it was different because every little thing I freaked out about. So we'd take him to get a COVID test or take him to the doctors. But growing up, it would just be if he had a headache that persisted for for longer than a week. But most things are nothing serious.
Did he have insurance? Did you have insurance coverage on your son?
My husband did.
Okay, always, or were there times where you didn't?
All the way up through October of 2021 when my husband lost his job. And I was going to add him on to my health insurance in November of 2021 at the end of the enrollment period. That was the only time that insurance lasts with him.
Was that one of the outstanding things going on the day that all of this unfolded?
It was.
Despite, in addition to physically going to the doctor, did you have access to some kind of virtual plan?
Yeah, through my company. It's called Allied Health Network. It's a virtual doctor's visit. And actually the prescriptions were free too. They didn't cost anything. So we use that. If we had strep throat, you can take a picture of the throat, send it to the doctor, and they can treat it from there.
Were there times that you called that did virtual visits regarding your son?
Yeah.
And were there times, did you ever go to an urgent care or anything like that?
Yep.
For what kinds of things?
Well, usually for sports physicals, but if he was younger, had a really high fever and his regular doctor couldn't get him in, we take him to urgent care. He's never had an injury or anything, so mainly just that.
Was there ever a time that he had an issue with a mole on his back?
Yeah, he had a mole in the middle of his back. And when I was putting sunscreen on him, I noticed it changed color. So I made an appointment for the doctor to take him in to take a look at that.
Now that was when he was much younger, correct?
He was about 7, I believe.
I was talking about this the other day. So, she talks a lot about, I took him to the doctor for this. I took him to the doctor for that. I took him to the doctor for this. Did you ever take him to the doctor when he said, I'm seeing things, I'm hearing things, I'm seeing things flying around the room? Nope. You said, oh, you're just goofy. You're funny. You're just playing. You're playing. And then you played along with him and actually played into it by doing practical jokes. So those are the types of things, your mental health is your health. Okay. Sometimes your mental health adds to physical illness. So just had to say that.
You mentioned something about headaches for a week. You took him to the doctor. Was there a time where he had a headache issue?
Yeah, he was getting really bad headaches that we couldn't figure out what it was.
When was that?
Started young, probably around 5 years old, and he kept complaining. The doctors didn't really see anything. We even got X-ray of his head to see if there was any bumps.
Check his irrelevance when he's 5 or 6 years old.
I was asking, I didn't know when it was. I was just asking if she got a medical.
But it's
care.
gone on through the years.
Okay. And
Go ahead.
So then we found out that he needed glasses. So around 8 or 9, we got him glasses. That didn't work. He got X-rays done for dental in middle school. Found out he had a severe underbite, which was causing tension in the back of his neck. So we got him braces in 8th grade. And once he had his braces, that seemed to fix the headaches.
okay. Now with the braces, was that an easy process?
No,
Why not?
because he's horrible at brushing his teeth. He went use the water pick we got him.
So this is one tiny little thing that bothers me. Okay. Every kid is bad at brushing their teeth. Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that? Do any of you know a kid who is good about brushing their teeth? That is a parental thing. that is a thing where you have to be and it's a pain in the ass, and parents don't want to have to do it, but you got to do it. You have to like almost stand over them in the bathroom and say, brush your teeth. It's a habit. It's a habit that they have to develop early in life. So that's just one of those tiny little things that add up, just build up to me as somewhat neglectful. That's how kids get, bad teeth issues later in life, teeth rotting and many cavities and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that across the board, but anyway, that's a pet peeve of mine.
Not brushed properly. He would constantly hit cavities in his braces. So we ended up taking the wires out because one time he had 13 cavities under the braces. And we're trying.
Prior to
13 cavities under the braces. You cannot tell me that was not preventable, at least 2 or 3 or 4 of those cavities. 13. How many teeth are in a kid's mouth? How many teeth are in a kid's mouth? You can't tell me that just a few of those are preventable. How much candy are you're not oh my God. When my kid had braces, it was such a pain because he constantly wanted to be eating candy and we had to keep telling him not to eat candy. And he bitched and moaned and we were like, you can't have that candy. And he would still eat the candy. And so we'd have to, oh man, it is not fun. It is not fun to have a kid with braces, but it's your job. It's your job as a parent to help them understand that it's for their own health. When your teeth are not cared for, it causes actual physical health issues. Okay? So anyway, she's batting around 500.
to him getting braces, did he ever have cavities?
Yeah, he had a few.
Okay, but did the braces, was it more after the braces?
Yeah, because he wasn't brushing properly around his braces, so he was getting them under, and we had to get the wires removed and take them to get those filled until we could get the wire put back on.
So it was like an off and on procedure.
Yeah.
I want to go through some exhibits for you that the defense has proposed as exhibits B through XX.
There's something I've just noticed is that I have not seen Jennifer smile with her teeth. So what's going on with her teeth? Are her teeth in good health? That might tell you something as well. If her teeth are not in good health either, then it's just a transgenerational thing, right?
And I'm going to I wanted to add one more on as YY.
Judge, the council's proposed a number of exhibits appear to be from Facebook, not from a Cellbrite extraction, but from Facebook. Some predate the incident by years. So as far as relevance, Judge, I don't mind any exhibits around the date of the offense or even the relevant time periods, spring of 2021. But prior to that, it doesn't appear to be relevant.
Your Honor, they have the specific pictures I was using since October. The specific pictures, isolated, not all the pictures, but specific pictures I was using. They never filed a motion to exclude any of those.
They don't have to, right? Okay, so we'll go exhibit by exhibit. I haven't seen any of the exhibits, so they're obviously pretty different.
Okay, Your Honor, would you like me to bring you the hard copy, and then if the exhibit's okay, we can put it on the screen?
Yeah, I can submit it. Put it on the screen.
Okay, and I did them
They
just,
have copies of all this.
Okay, we're going to call her Judge Mumbles.
and I've actually had them redacted and
Judge
then
Mumbles.
sent the redacted version to cut out the faces of any minors.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring the court, what's been marked as B through This is YY if it's admitted. B through YY. May I approach?
Well, at least Shannon knows
Okay.
to say, can I approach? Right?
Now, B is, I have a little bit of a problem because I was going to have my client hold those, so I don't put them on the screen. Because I don't know which ones, if any, the prosecution will stipulate to. So,
I can use something.
okay, so the first exhibit, proposed exhibit is B.
It's
It's several pages. It shows thumbnails throughout the years so the jury can see the variety of things posted on. Because the prosecution introduced text messages.
How many pages is B?
I believe it's 14. They're just like thumbnails. I'm not going to go through each thumbnail either.
I'm just wondering, where does the second one start?
It's C, Exhibit C. Exhibit C would be the next exhibit. Okay, do you recognize what the court has just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what is in Exhibit B? What does it appear to be?
These are pictures I've posted on Facebook.
Okay, and there's a lot of them. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, are those are all the pictures you posted on Facebook? They're not from they're from the whole period, correct?
What's the period?
Well, when did those start and go through?
I would say mainly 2000.
There's not
20?
any dates on that copy.
I'm
There's
just-
no dates on my
I
copy.
don't think there's any dates.
I can tell by the. Looks like from 2020 to 2021.
So now they're going to go through all kinds of,
Now, do you post on Facebook a lot?
I do.
they're going to go through all these Facebook posts that Jennifer posted of her kid. And, it's one of those things where, see all these great times we had together. This is the time we did this. This is the time we did that. And I just want to say right up front right now, do not ever use social media posts as proof that you have a great life, because social media is a lie. People only show their best, times on social media, right? That is not proof that you had all the best times. Tony. Yeah. We'll see.
Like way too much?
I do.
Okay, so I am not going to go through every Facebook post you've made. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would this exhibit give the jury an idea of what you post about generally if they just took a look at the variety of pictures?
Yes.
I have to object to relevance. Again, it's from the time period that's relevant.
Exactly,
I
Teresa.
have no objection to these coming in, but even the defendant doesn't know with specificity when these were taken.
Same here, Erica.
She thinks.
No, I know.
And there's no dates on there. Yeah, you'll have your turn. There's no dates on there. And if it's from the spring of 21 onto the shooting event, that's fine.
Your Honor,
That's
the
the time we talked
prosecution has
about.
made it sound like
The judge ends up allowing it, so I'm going
B,
to
I think,
fast
is the
forward.
next one.
The time frame itself.
No, that's fine.
The pictures in 20 contains a
Just it's the relevant dates was the
going to get these.
The two white dogs and us posing from the Christmas tree. It's Christmas of 2020 with the two white dogs and us posing from the Christmas tree.
I'm just trying to get like an over idea of topics that are in the photos.
Animals, us going on vacations at the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Leelanau, camping, holidays, more camping, horses, garden, my home stuff, cooking, more camping pictures,
Okay.
We got a bathroom remodel. Another Christmas picture.
Okay. And so these pictures give an idea of the variety of things you posted.
Yes.
So if your Facebook messages appear to have more discussion of horses, how would you characterize the amount of horses on Facebook compared to the rest of your life?
Over the last couple of years, more. It was hard getting a picture of my son when as he got older. He didn't like me taking pictures of him. But yeah, over between 2020 up until 21, there's a lot of pictures of horses.
Okay. So a lot of teenagers don't like their pictures taken, especially when they know that every time their parent takes a picture of them, it goes up on their Facebook page, right? But also, it's just something to pay attention to. Why? Why does this kid not want their picture taken? Why does the kid, if the kid doesn't like their picture taken and doesn't want their photo put on Facebook, why? Did the parent take the picture and say, I'm putting it on Facebook anyway because you have I'm the boss, and disrespect the kid's request and still put it on Facebook? Or was the kid so unhappy they didn't want to see themselves in any picture, didn't want to be seen? That's another thing to notice. Why is the kid so intent on not wanting to be seen in a picture? Now, again, that doesn't mean if you don't want your picture to be taken, if your kid doesn't want their picture to be taken, it doesn't mean they're going to be the next school shooter. But when you add it on top of all the other stuff, you have to just take notice of it, right?
Okay, I'm going to unplug this and move to Exhibit C. This goes back to 2019. I just put
Exactly,
like one or two
traumatized.
pictures from that year
Disrespectful to the
as
kid.
Exhibit C.
Just see
Well,
it.
C and D. And so if the court just wants to let me know what,
C, okay, so C and D, she's, you can identify this picture.
Yes.
what's in C? What's the date of it?
It is June 26, 2019.
Okay, and what is that? What is it a picture of?
It's a picture of my son holding his chinchilla.
Okay, and then what about picture? Let's see here, D.
Do you need the date?
Yeah, what's the date?
It's August 9th, 2019.
Okay, and what's the picture of?
My son petting our horse.
Okay.
You know what,
and-
Judge, it's fine. I don't have any problem with either.
Okay, C and D are admitted.
Yeah, the rest of them.
the rest of
All,
them?
all?
Yep.
Okay,
Thanks, Judge.
thank you. Okay, so,
Okay, you're talking, then you need to be talking about E through, I don't know if it's just pictures, there's some others. This goes to text S, so.
and I'm sorry,
you
it should
have to
go,
let me know.
it should go to YY because I added on just one more. So may I approach Mrs. Crumbley just to give her YY?
Okay, do you want me to give these to Carl?
Yes, and then
Okay.
we'll just go through each one.
Do you agree with all these exhibits or just?
Yes, we just need the dates identified, that's all.
We'll put those on the record.
Well, I'm not gonna hand them to her if I need to look at them first, so.
I think they're not objecting to any of them, are
No,
they? Okay,
none.
okay. So Mrs. Crumbley, the jury's gonna have access to these, so let's just go through them. We are gonna identify the dates for the record though, okay? So going to exhibit, let's see here. This is C. What's the date on C?
That's June 26, 2019.
And what is that?
That's my son with his chinchilla.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go down to D. What's the date on that one?
That one's August 9th, 2019.
Okay. And what's going on in there?
That's my son with our horse.
Okay. I'm gonna go to E.
That's his first day of 8th grade. That's August 26, 2019.
Okay. And
And now you start to hear her voice shake a little bit. I agree with you, Tony. He did look a little bit like Corey Feldman. Another sort of woo. Anyway, her voice is getting shaky and she's starting to get a little teary. And you start to wonder, okay, what is behind that emotion? Is it, sad for the good times, sad for that little boy, sad for herself, sad for what are the tears about?
It's fair to say that I just picked out, these are not all your posts,
No.
right?
I don't want to keep you checking, but the form of the question has to be appropriate. Fair to say, this is the
Okay.
correct example.
I'm asking a really stupid question, but I'll ask it in a better way. Am I showing every photo from your Facebook page?
No.
You post more, or how about, do you post more photos than what we see?
A lot more.
Okay, we're not gonna go through all of them though,
No.
okay? So this is the first day of what? I'm sorry, last day of,
It's the last day of middle school. It's his first day of 8th grade.
okay. I'm gonna go down to F, what's been admitted as F. What date is that on?
October 11th, 2019.
Okay, and what's happening in that photo?
He just got his braces put on.
Okay, and let's go down to the next one, which is G.
Oh, great. So you took a picture of him when hey, Jordan, when he first gets his braces on. I wonder if he wanted that picture taken of and posted of when he first got his braces on. My kid did not. My kid was like, do not post a picture of me with my braces on. Thank you very much. So anyway, and to me, it's also a sign that, the fact that she posted so many pictures of her kid. Yeah, guilty tears. The fact that she posted so many pictures of her kid, sometimes that is a sign of, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. I have a kid. I'm so great with my kid, my kid, my kid, my kid. And then you have to wonder what's really going on, right?
What's the date on G?
October 13th, 2019.
What's happening in G?
We're apple picking.
Okay, so these are just posts of events.
And remember that the shooting was in 2020, November 30th, 2021. And now we're in 2019. And so they're going to progress up to 2021. And you'll start to see kind of him in the pictures changing as we get closer. I was in a chat on Defense Diaries podcast, and Lana popped in to chat. I asked her how all these lawsuits going, and she left without answering me. Yeah, that's because she's truth and transparency, right? Okay.
There are things you're doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this one is older. It looks like or maybe not older, but what's the date on this one?
November.
I'm sorry, I'm on H.
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead.
November 7th, 2019.
Okay, and we see your son in this picture on the left, correct?
Correct.
What's going on in this picture?
He's on his it's the 9th grade Washington D.C. trip with the school.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to I. What's the date on I?
May 23rd, 2020.
And what's happening in that picture?
Can you scroll up a little bit?
Alabama Girl says, I believe since animals were brought in, the baby birds should have been brought in. And I'm recalling something vaguely about baby birds and the shooter, but can you guys remind me, because I'm forgetting what happened with the baby birds?
Or somewhere up north. I don't remember where, but we're on probably a camping vacation.
Okay, he doesn't look thrilled to be in the picture.
He doesn't like pictures.
Okay. Let's go down to J. What's the date of J?
May 23rd, 2020.
Who's in this picture?
It's my son and James.
Okay. I'm gonna go down to K. This is a post you made?
Yes.
What date?
August 5th, 2020.
What are you showing there?
The house when we first bought it and the improvements we made so far.
Okay, so this is like a comparison before and after.
Yes.
All right. L, what's the date on L?
August 16th, 2020.
And there's a large black box out what's under the box without saying who it is?
His friend.
Okay. So where are you guys in this picture?
Looks like we're up north.
Okay. Then we're going to go to M, and we're on September 28th. I'm sorry, what's the date of this picture?
September 28, 2020.
Okay, what's this picture?
That's a picture of my son and our horse.
Okay. I'm going to N. What date is this?
October 23rd, 2020.
Okay, and what is this a picture of?
Something Ethan drew. Sorry, my son drew.
Okay, and why did you include this? Why did you post about that on Facebook?
He's always a really good drawer. He just draws all the time. And we got a lot of artists, actually tattoo artists in our family, a lot of good drawers. So said it was in his genes.
Okay, that's why you said art is in his genes,
Correct.
the genes.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm going to O. What's the date on this one?
October 30th, 2020.
Okay, and what's going on here?
We are carving pumpkins for Halloween.
And there's a big black box.
That's his friend.
Okay. I am going down to P. What's the date on that one?
November 21st, 2020.
Okay, and who is around for this picture, even if you can't see them in the picture?
So this is almost exactly a year before the shooting. Oh yeah, don't trust anything you see on that trash platform, Crystal, but who knows? It could be true.
It's me and my husband and my parents were down in Florida over Thanksgiving.
And what is this that you're doing?
And we're playing Dark Tower.
Okay. Did you guys play games with Ethan often?
Yes.
What games did you guys play?
We played Trivia Pursuit.
So he took baby birds out of the nest and tortured them like wild birds that had just been born. Yeah, that's a sign. That's a sign on top of other signs. That is a sign on top of other signs.
We played What the Meme. We played Yahtzee. We played card games. We played a lot of Uno. The one with all the dice, Farkle, I think it's called. Yeah, Farkle. I don't know. We played a lot of games.
Okay, I'm going to go down to Exhibit Q. What date's that?
That's November 24th, 2020.
Okay, and we see who's in the picture?
My husband and my son.
Okay, Exhibit S, what's the date?
January 22nd, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in R?
My son and his friend are playing Jenga.
Okay. S, do you know the date on S?
Can you scroll up?
It's for some reason this one is different.
Well, it looks like it says February 25th, 2021.
And what's going on here? What's happening in February of 21?
They're at a bowling match.
Okay. Now let's go down to T. What's the date on T?
February 26th, 2021.
And what's happening here?
My stepdaughter came up and visited from Florida, and that's my son with his arm around her.
Okay. And with these photos, again, are there on your real Facebook profile, are there more photos, or is it just what we're seeing?
There's more.
Okay. So what's the date on this exhibit U?
May 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post? There's a couple pictures.
That is showing our backyard improvements that we've done since we bought the house.
Okay. And then let's go to V. What's the date on V?
May 16th, 2021.
Now, have you noticed she's starting to get a little bit more comfortable sitting there in the witness stand? She's letting her guard down. And there's a whininess in her voice, right? That's May 25th, 2021. And, you know, I could be super biased in this, right? Because I don't particularly like this human being. That's not saying I think she's guilty. I just don't particularly like her. But she sounds like somebody who feels like something was done to her. Done to her. And it's like as they get closer to the time of the shooting, it's like we're getting closer to when my life was ruined. And everything that we've heard her say backs that up.
What are you showing here?
Our garden.
Okay. Now, this is W. What's the date on W?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and who's that?
That's my son and Dexter, his kitten.
Okay. Dexter is mentioned in one of the tapes. Is that correct?
Yes.
How is Dexter mentioned?
When we were at the substation, I asked my son why, and he said, because I just did take care of Dexter for me.
So when he said take care of Dexter,
He's meaning his kitten.
X, what's the date on X?
May 29th, 2021.
Okay, and what's going on this date?
My son and Dexter just hanging out in his bed.
Okay, we're gonna go to Y. What's the date on this one? I'm sorry, I'm going too fast.
May 31st, 2021.
Okay, who's in this?
So it's rather interesting to me that the cat's name is Dexter. Does anyone else know? I mean, I don't know for sure. Maybe there's some family name in their family named Dexter. Maybe he just pulled it out of thin air. But does anyone remember what the pop culture reference to Dexter is? Dexter is a serial killer who is a forensic blood spatter analyst, right? And the cat is named Dexter. Just interesting, just something to note.
This one?
My son and his kitten.
Okay. Z, what's the date on this one?
June 13th, 2021.
And where are you guys?
We're at Cedar Point.
Is this like a family trip?
Yes.
Did you guys do a lot of family trips?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of family trips during summer of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. We're here in exhibit AA. What's that? Yikes, I bumped it. What's the date on this one?
June 26th, 2021.
What are you showing here?
My garden.
Okay. This is exhibit BB. What date?
June 27th, 2021.
Okay. And what are you doing there?
In the pool.
Did you guys go in the pool with your son often?
Yeah. He'd join us.
Okay. And then
Makes
let's see
sense to
here.
me.
We've got CC. Date.
July 4th, 2021.
What's going on here?
My son and his friend are playing badminton against my parents.
Okay. Is this at your house?
Yes.
DD.
That's
Date.
July 11th, 2021.
Okay. What is this?
Me and my son and his friend we found a little spot off the Pollyant Trail, which runs through Oxford. And there was some weird big boy stuff going on. So we kind of walked around and checked it out.
Okay. Let's see here. EE. It looks like there's two posts on this date. What date is that?
That's July 30th, 2021.
Okay. And what's happening in these posts?
The first one I posted, my son and his friend were both passed out from a lot of hiking we did that day.
Okay. What about the next photo from?
Those are pictures of the campground that we were at.
Okay. And so is it fair to say you had the friend on vacation?
Yeah, most of the time.
Okay. July 31st. I'm sorry. What's the date on this one? I'm on FF.
July 31st, 2021.
Okay. What is this?
We went to the Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes.
Okay. And where it says like plus 29, what does that mean?
There's 29 more photos that go along with that.
Okay. We're not going to show them all. Okay.
Good job, Shannon, just pointing out how many photos. Because the number of photos you take of your kid shows that you're not neglecting your kid at all. And Yella, thank you so much. Thank you very much for that $2.99 super sticker. Thank you.
All right. We're going to GG. What's going on here? What's the date?
August 21st, 2021.
What are you guys doing August 21st, 2021?
My son and his friend were putting up a tent in our backyard and doing backyard camping.
Okay. What's the next one? You posted this on what date?
I posted on August 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's the point of this post?
It was a memory from 3 years ago of my son, his friend, with our horse, and I was pointing out to my son's friend's mom that they were so small 3 years ago.
Okay. What about this one? What's the date on, let's see here,
August 25th, 2021.
Okay, what's this?
That's his first day of school,
Okay, what grade?
10th grade.
And let's go to JJ. What's this date?
August 29th, 2021.
Okay, what's going on in this picture?
Me and my son were taking a picture for his old football coach. I tagged him in it. It was the only picture he would take with me so he could say hi to his coach, Rope.
All right, what about date on this one, which is marked as KK?
September 6th, 2021.
And what's going on there?
My son's leash training his kitten.
Do cats ever walk on a leash?
It wasn't successful.
Okay. Next picture, LL. What's the date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing here?
We rented a houseboat for the weekend, and my husband and I are walking around the outside on the dock and was sneaking pictures of the boys inside the houseboat playing card games
Why were you sneaking pictures of them?
because they wouldn't let us take any pictures of them.
Typical teenagers. All right,
Yes, typical teenagers. Many teenagers do not like their pictures taken. So what Jennifer Crumbley is saying is, I disrespected my son's wishes and I still took pictures of him anyway and posted them. That is a crossing of boundaries. Even if it's your kid and your kid is, in your legal custody or whatever, you need to respect your kids' boundaries. You don't get to just trample on their wishes as if they don't mean anything. Okay? And so you don't think that he went on Facebook and saw that all these pictures were taken of him that he asked not to be taken? Just saying.
what's that date?
September 18th, 2021.
Okay, and what were the photos here?
I know it was the houseboat weekend. We went to Mackinac City, so I think it was something in Mackinac City.
Okay, and then the blacked out box, is that the friend?
I think it's the friend's parents.
The friend's, okay.
Oh no, the friend, but never mind. I saw. Never mind.
Okay, NN, what's the date on this one?
September 21st, 2021.
Okay, and what's this?
My son and Dexter sleeping.
And now we are at September 20, I'm sorry, what's the date on this one? I'm on 00.
September 26th, 2021.
Okay. What does that show?
We were breaking up our side steps of the deck and planting a flower bed in the front of the house.
Okay. So we're in fall of 21, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date on this picture? I'm on PP.
October 3rd, 2021.
Okay, what's this picture? What are these pictures about?
We decorated our house for the Halloween.
Okay, and then let's go here to QQ. Date
October 9th, 2021.
and what's shown in this picture.
Our front porch that we redid.
Okay, called it a makeover.
It was.
All right, and then let's go here to RR. What date is that?
October 15th, 2021.
Okay, and what are you doing there?
I was just showing what we've got so far with the paint job, remodeling the living room and dining room, basically.
Okay. Next one is SS. What's the date on this one?
October 25th, 2021.
Okay, what is this?
This was a text I sent to my son. Him and my husband were going somewhere, I don't remember. but I was just checking in. I said, you guys are okay? And my son made the comment, no, we're in the back of a white van headed to Alabama. He's very sarcastic, and I found it funny, and I posted it.
Okay. Was he sarcastic
Yeah.
more? I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
Explain the sarcasm.
And that's an example of it right there.
Okay.
Yeah, he was always sarcastic, always messing around with us.
Okay. When you say messing around with you, we're gonna get to that when we talk about some other posts. Is that fair?
Okay.
Okay. So let's go down to this photograph. TT, what is this? What date?
That's October 29th, 2021.
Okay. And what are you doing?
That's where we're on the virtual reality playing Beat Saber.
Okay. And then this one, you. Okay. What's the date on this one?
November 26th or 25th, 2021.
Okay. And what's going on here?
Thanksgiving.
Okay. Thanksgiving. Is this Thanksgiving Day?
Yes,
So this would have been Thursday.
correct.
Okay. We're going to talk more about the next couple of days more slowly, but I'm going to go through the pictures first. Okay. And then I'm going to take them off the screen so we can talk a little more. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the post? What is this post? What's the date on this one? VV.
November 25th, 2021.
And what is this picture? What are these pictures showing?
Our family, my aunt and uncle, my cousin, her husband, and then me, James, and my son. And then it shows us playing dice,
Okay.
or left, right, center.
Is this on Thanksgiving?
Yes.
All right. And then on WW, what day is this on?
That's November 26th, 2021.
Okay. And what were you guys doing on this day, November 26th, 2021, which is a day we're going to talk about in more detail?
We were cutting a Christmas tree down.
Okay. And then ultimately we have XX. What date is this?
November 27th, 2021.
Okay. So this would have been Saturday.
Yes.
And what's going on in this picture?
We got our Christmas decorations and everything out.
Okay. Then we have YY. What day is this from?
November 26th, 2021.
Okay. And what's happening in this picture?
My son and my husband are laughing at me because I dragged them around the whole tree farm to pick the tree. So they were finally happy it was over.
Okay. So that's YY, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna close this for just a minute and just make sure that exhibits B through YY were admitted.
They're admitted, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the defense is only going to have one other exhibit, but we'll get to that one. Okay? Okay. So, Mrs. Crumbley, I want to go back and talk to you. We went through a lot of Facebook pages, obviously, or pictures. On Thanksgiving, who was at your house?
It was my aunt and uncle, my cousin, and her husband.
And what did you guys do, if anything, that night?
Well, they were there probably to about 7 or 8 o'clock. So we played left, right, center, just the normal family stuff.
Did anything seem off or strange with your son?
No,
Was he spending time with family members or was he in his room? What was he doing?
I have a question. If anything really did seem off or wrong with her son, do you think she would have noticed? Or do you think she would admit it?
back and forth. He would come out and play games with us, or when it got to adult talk, he would go in his room and play his video games.
Now, we definitely saw a lot of his friend in the photographs. Were there other times where he would not have his friend with him?
Yeah, there were times.
Okay. Was he happy? Was he okay without his friend? How was he?
Yeah, I mean, most of the times it was just the three of us. It was usually out of state travel.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so on the day after Thanksgiving, what did you do that day?
I went shopping. I go shopping every year, day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday shopping. I wake up at 4 o'clock and I go shopping.
Okay, so where did you go that day, if you remember?
I usually go to Meijer, and then from there I'll head up to Marshall's and Lapeer, And then sometimes I will hit the, not Home Depot, the other Home.
No verdict yet.
Menards.
Time, just
I
a
would hit
couple
Menards.
questions.
And on that date, when you went, it was the 26th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know, when you left your house, did you know what James and Ethan, your son, were going to be doing that day?
No, they were sleeping when I left.
Okay, when you got home, were they home or were they where were they?
They weren't home.
Did they ever come home?
Yeah, I texted my husband and asked where you're at, and I believe he called me and told me that him and Ethan were at the Acme firearm store looking at guns,
Okay,
and then they came home from there.
okay, did they purchase a gun that day?
They did.
Okay, the prosecution brought in exhibits showing the receipts, all of that. You weren't with them when they bought the gun,
No,
correct?
I was not.
Okay. You did post on Facebook a photo of the gun. We saw the post, correct?
Correct.
And in the post that's been admitted already, you described it as your son's Christmas gift. Can you explain who wanted the gun? What does it mean?
They had rented a 9mm at the shooting range before, so they knew it was the type of gun or the size gun, I guess what it is, that they wanted to get. And my son and my husband did a lot of texting back and forth. My son did a lot of research on it, and they're comparing different ones that they wanted to buy. That went on for a couple of months. My husband just kind of kept blowing it off, like, not right now. And then I guess when I was out shopping, they said, well, let's go try on Black Friday, see if we can get one on sale, if there's any deals going on.
Okay, so they ultimately did get one.
Right.
Now, did you object? Did you say, I don't want that gun in the house? Anything like that?
No, I was more angry that they cut into our Christmas tree time. Usually cut my Christmas tree down right after I get back from shopping, but I had to wait for them. So I was irritated at that.
When they came home, did they show you the gun?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you guys do?
They just showed me it was on the kitchen counter, and then my husband put it up and we went to the Christmas tree farm.
What do you mean by put it up?
He put it back in the case with the cable lock and back in the bedroom.
Okay, let's talk about just guns overall. This jury needs to understand some details, okay? If I ask a question, you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. Because
Okay.
are guns your thing?
Not really, no.
Okay, but do you have awareness about guns within your home?
I do.
Okay, who is responsible for storing the gun?
My husband is.
Okay, explain why you say he's responsible for that role.
I just didn't feel comfortable.
Oh, he's responsible for the guns. He's responsible for the guns. And I just want to say, Tony, crack is not the only thing that keeps people skinny. There are a lot of things that keep people skinny. Just saying.
Being in charge of that, it was more his thing, so I let him handle that. I didn't feel comfortable putting the lock thing on it. I just rather not let him do it.
And I think in one of the messages that was admitted with Brian, you called it a string lock.
Yeah,
Okay, do you understand now it's a cable lock?
I do.
Okay, so were there ever any times where you would take the cable lock off or put it on?
No,
Now, there were, prior to buying that gun, did James own any other guns?
he did.
How many?
2.
And by 2, the jury has seen the Derringer and the Keltec. Were those the other 2?
Correct.
Okay, so those are the other 2 guns. How were those stored?
They were stored in the safe.
Okay, and was that different than the 9mm?
It was.
Okay, explain to the jury the difference.
We had a gun safe, so when they bought the 2 other guns, they transported the 2 other guns into the gun safe, and then everything else. Well, I don't know. Everything went, like the cable lock and the other case went somewhere. The 9mm was in a case, but it was locked in. It was in the case locked with a cable lock.
Okay, and how the cable lock that was on the 9mm, what did you have to use to get the cable lock opened?
A key.
Okay, did you have possession of the key?
No,
Okay, where was the key?
I collected German beer steins, so it was in one of the beer steins.
Where are those located?
Throughout the house. We have them on top of there's a ledge over the refrigerator in our kitchen. So they go from wall to wall. Then we had corner shelves in our house that had them. We had a lot.
Okay, did you know which particular beer stein the cable lock key was in?
No,
Do you know if your son knew which beer stein it was in?
no.
What about ammunition for?
A very smart and determined kid will find anything, especially if it's in a fucking beer stein. Einstein. My God.
The 9mm. Was there any bought on the 26th when the weapon was purchased?
No.
Okay, so that day, we saw obviously your Facebook post. You described it as your son's gift. Did he have free access to that gun?
No, it was for him to use at the shooting range only.
Was he allowed to take it out?
Not without my husband around.
Did he know where it was kept?
My husband hid it usually in our bedroom in different spots.
Because kids always do the things because kids always don't do what they're not allowed to do, right? Einstein.
Okay, what was the intention of hiding it?
That's just what you're supposed to do.
Okay, and when it was hidden,
What else are you supposed to
was it
do?
locked in any way?
It had the cable lock on it.
Okay, and you again testified about the key being in a beer stein.
Correct.
Would the beer stein be right by the cable lock? or-
No,
Okay, so where would the beer stein be?
it would probably be in one of the ones in the kitchen.
Okay, so the key's out there, and then you've got did you know where the gun was hidden in your room on November 26th when you put it away?
No,
Okay, on November 27th, we saw the whole video of you going to the shooting
Hey,
range
Adrian.
with Ethan, correct? Or with
Correct.
your son, correct?
correct.
Okay, on that day, we see in the video that you carry the gun case into the gun range, right?
Correct.
Okay, how did the gun get to the gun range?
Well, my husband had got it ready for me and put it in the back of my car, and
What
I
does that mean? Got it ready for
took
you?
the cable lock off, put I guess I put the magazine things in the case and put it in the back of my car, and then I drove with my son to the shooting range with the gun in the back of my car. That's how it got there.
Okay, did you see him or watch him take the cable lock off that day?
No,
Why not?
I think I was just doing something else. I didn't pay attention.
Okay, so when you got to the gun range, we saw in the video you carry it to the counter. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, the jury's seen all this, 5 bullets, and then you guys go shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we obviously see you and your son. That shows the whole experience while you're there.
Correct.
Okay. So while you're there, how interested were you in shooting that weapon?
I shot it a couple times. I don't know. Shooting's kind of boring. I'm more like skeet shooting, where actually something's going on. So I shot it a couple times, and he did the rest.
Okay. And did you end up posting something about it being a Mother's-Son Day?
I did.
How did you feel about that day?
It was a fun day. He asked me if I wanted to go to the shooting range with him, and he's never asked me, just me, to go before. My husband was doing DoorDash, and I felt good about it.
How many times had you been to the shooting range before that day?
Once.
And when you went the one other time, who else was present?
My husband.
So this was the first day you're the only adult going.
Correct.
Okay, so we see obviously in the video you carry the gun in the case out. Did it have the cable lock on at that point?
No.
Okay, so what did you do from there?
This is when we're leaving.
Yeah,
I put the gun in the back of my vehicle and drove.
explain where in the back of your vehicle.
So in the back of the SUV, it has a little thing that opens up where the spare tire is. I put it under there.
Okay, and then where did you go?
I went home.
And did you take the gun in the house?
No, I took the bullets in the house and hid them, and my husband took the gun in the house when he got home from work.
Okay, so was there a period of time that the gun was not in the home, but in your car?
Yeah, probably for a couple hours.
Okay, why is that?
I just don't feel comfortable with it. I don't, that's his.
Let me just try to make something really super duper clear here. When you have a thing that is manufactured to cause deadly harm, okay? You can't just be super loosey-goosey about what you do with the bullets, what you do with the gun, where it's stored, how it's hidden, who's doing what. You got to know. You have to know that there's a specific place it's kept, like a chain of command, a chain of property. There needs to be much more discipline about that. I see very little discipline. They need loosey goosey. Yeah. The parents appeared not to have much communication about where they were storing things and when. They clearly, Jennifer is like, oh, well, my husband was in charge of that. My husband was in charge of that, but I took him to the gun range. And when I took him to the gun range, I stored the gun and the bullets in places where maybe my husband would not have. And it doesn't appear that they talk to each other about it. That is not safe gun ownership. That is not careful gun ownership. Okay? Hopefully I'm stating the obvious.
His thing.
Okay, so on that Saturday, it was left in the vehicle and your vehicle was locked.
Correct.
Do you know if the gun was brought into the house and put away?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
My husband told me.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you watch him do anything in terms of putting it away? Or if you didn't, just let me know.
No, I didn't.
Okay. The next day is Sunday, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, was there do you recall any issues with the weapon, any issues with the gun?
No.
Okay. Now, when the next day is Monday, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do on Monday?
I went to work.
Okay. And on Monday, we heard the voicemail you got. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Describe for the jury overall what happened or what you were dealing with that day.
I received a voicemail on my phone while I was at work. It was Pam Fine, one of the school counselors, calling to let me know that my son was looking at bullets in class. She let us.
The chain of events starting at this point, because so now we know that they took a little trip to the gun range, right? And then the next day she gets a call from the school counselor saying your son is looking at bullets. Listen carefully to the next chain of events here.
Let me know that they had a meeting with my son and that he said what he was doing was wrong, admitted responsibility. They gave him an example about teachers, even they brew beer at home, should be looking it up in school. And it was kind of upbeat. And then she ended up with, he understood, he went back to class, just want to let you know, if you have any questions, please give us a call. Have a good holiday.
Okay. And on that day, did you call Miss Fine back?
No, I did not.
What was your reaction to getting that message?
I mean, it was pretty black and white. I mean, she said what happened. They seemed like they solved the problem and I didn't have any questions.
Okay. So on that date, did you end up saying anything to James about it?
I believe I did.
Did you say anything to your son about it?
I did.
What did you, and I think we saw text messages. You said, next time, don't get caught.
Yeah, I said seriously looking at bullets in school. And then he went through a couple of texts about teachers looking at his stuff. And he was worried about he was going to get in trouble. And then I said, next time, don't get caught.
That right there, fatal error. It's not about you're doing things that could be seen as dangerous. It's not about you're doing things that, you know, dozens of school shooters have been shown to have done before they went and shot up a school. It's not that. It's don't get caught. Don't get caught. So and you got to believe that that's not the first time she's said that to him, right? That's almost seems like that's a motto for them. Yeah. Encouraging him to do what's, if you're going to do stuff wrong, just don't get caught. Okay. So go sneaking around. Just go sneaking around. Just don't get caught.
What did you mean by that?
So there's an ongoing thing in our house. Someone always asked me the trouble I get in high school because I was a little bit of a troublemaker because I always got caught. Like all my friends could be doing the same thing and I'd be the one to get caught. So it was kind of referencing to that.
Okay.
Right.
So you said that, and did you feel you had to discipline him or do anything beyond talk to him about it?
No, we talked. I listened to the voicemail and
Exactly,
that
Fred.
was that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go back for a couple minutes to talk to you about some exhibits the prosecution introduced from earlier in the year. Okay. So I'm going to start with what's been admitted as exhibits 155 through 160. Okay. I'm going to pop them up on the screen and we're going to just talk about each one briefly. So I'm going to go to 155. Okay, plug my. I'm sorry, it's not. I have to plug it in.
It's almost like he wanted to get caught.
I'm
though.
going to
He was
start
at
with
school looking at
155. Okay, this was already admitted, so we're not going to belabor this. Okay.
She doesn't have a picture of that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's not necessarily the fault. This one's coming in.
Okay.
There it is. Okay, so we've already talked about this with other witnesses, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. If you need me to slow down, let me know.
Okay.
Okay. This is Miss DeRiker's email with her and Sean Hopkins. She's telling him, when you get a chance, can you call your son down and see how he's doing? He's failing my class, tries to sleep all the time in class. Sean responds, I'll catch him by the end of the day. Thanks, just a little worried. And that's that. You heard testimony about that, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever aware there was a time where your son was failing a class and trying to sleep all in capital letters all the time in class?
I can't remember what class director was. So I'd probably be aware if he was failing that class from Power School, but I was not aware that he was sleeping all the time.
By
So
trauma
did anyone
funds.
from the school let you know in May of 2021, hey, he's sleeping in class and failing?
No.
Okay, that was exhibit 155. And would that show up on Power Schools, that the emails between them?
No.
Okay, exhibit 166. This is from September 8th, 2021. It starts off with an email from Miss McConnell to Sean Hopkins. It says, can you please touch base with Ethan Crumbley? In his autobiography poem, he said he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure. He writes back, thanks for the heads up. I'm in senior meetings throughout the day. I'll try to catch up with him. Were you aware this was ever a discussion or an issue?
No.
Were you aware that Mr. Hopkins ever talked to or tried to talk to your son?
No.
Did anyone ever call you to make you aware of any of this?
No.
If you heard this, how would you react, or what would your reaction be?
I'd be definitely concerned why he feels like his family's a mistake and he feels terrible. So that would be a concern to me.
Okay. So
So let me get this straight. The thing you zero in on is you feel like your family's a mistake. That's more of a reflection on her. It doesn't concern her that he just wants to sleep all day in class. That he might not be getting enough sleep at night such that he wants to just sleep in class? The thing that you're most concerned about is that he said something about his family? Okay. Okay.
This is something you were unaware of.
Correct.
And in fact, when did you find out these emails existed?
We started getting discovered.
Okay, so in this case.
Correct.
All right, so I want to go to 157. This is on November 10th of 2021.
And do you mean to tell me that if she would have actually seen those emails at the time, all of this would have been prevented? No, she would have just said, don't get caught falling asleep in class. That's the impression I get.
This is Miss McConnell sends Sean a message. Ethan Crumbley is having a rough time right now. We may need to speak with you. Sean writes back, I'm sorry, I was in a meeting through the end of the day. I'll catch up with him. Were you ever made aware that there was some issue on November 10th where your son was having a rough time?
No.
Did anyone from the school ever let you know?
No.
Did you ever see anything like this prior to us getting materials in this case?
No.
If you heard your son was having a rough time, what would you do to follow up?
I would talk to my son, find out what's going on.
Okay. And I am going to minimize these for 1 second. I want to go back to some other dates that were discussed and exhibits were admitted. And I'm going to go back to March 20th. I'm sorry. Let's go in order. So March 16th of 2021, the prosecution has admitted exhibits 85, 86, 85 through 94. And let's see here. 85 shows you guys are making plans and you say, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that? And I'll get it up on the screen.
I was going to have some drinks and ride my horse. It was St. Patrick's Day.
I'm sorry, that's on the 17th,
Correct.
right? Okay, the 16th though, oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Okay, so explain that again. So let me get it up on the screen because I'm messing up.
I've been
Okay,
checking
85.
Chopper. I'm actively looking. But
Okay, so 85, I'm sorry, you're right. So on page 85, 432 is the page number. You write, I'm gonna get drunk and ride my horse. What was your plan that night?
I was going to have a couple drinks and go for a trail ride with my horse.
Okay, did you do that night?
Yes.
And on people's proposed exhibit 86, or their admitted exhibit, this was a text thread between you and your son. Let's see here. This is a text where the prosecution admitted to show that your son texted you, okay, the house is now haunted. What time was that text at?
It says 6:03.
Okay.
I don't know if it says -4. I don't know what that means.
Okay. And then the next text, some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Next one, I got some videos and a picture of the demon is throwing bowls. I'm not joking. It fucked up the kitchen. I'm just going to be an outsider for a while. Can you at least text back? Okay. Do you recall this day on March 17th, 2021?
It didn't stick out to me until this whole. No, I don't.
so we talked about this the other day, but I'm going to say this again for those of you who might not have heard me. Kids are not going to walk up to you and say, Mother, I believe I might be psychotic. Can you please take me to the doctor? Or, Mother, I think I have a mental illness. Can you please get me some help? No. What they do is they start doing weird things like telling you that they're seeing things or trying to get your attention in ways that you find annoying. And and the thing that this parent did when he was saying these things was to ignore them and laugh them off. Okay. And here we are now. Here we are today with 4 children dead and this mother on the stand. So again, you have to listen for what kids don't say and look at their behavior and look at how all the things add up. And she's out riding her horse and getting drunk. I have no problem with that. But when you're riding your horse and getting drunk and maybe having sex with your boo thing on the side, and then your kid is saying, I'm serious. There's shit going on at home. I'm scared. Will you please at least answer me? And you don't. That's what I have a problem with. And that's not the first time this has happened.
I recall it exactly. I just remember it ever since we got discovery on this case.
Okay, so on March 17th, there was a point when did you ever see these texts?
I probably didn't. Not at that time.
Do you recall seeing these texts at any point prior to this case?
I'm sure I did, but they weren't. No, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure I saw them, but they just didn't stick out to me until this case.
Why didn't they stick out to you?
Because it wasn't anything that was anything serious. It was Ethan just messing around.
You got to explain to the jury, how did Ethan mess around?
So he's been convinced our house has been haunted since 2015. It was built in 1920. Around that time frame,
Isn't that convenient? He's been thinking it's been haunted since 2015. So 2015 is 6 years before the shooting. So over the course of 6 years, you've been playing with his mind about whether this house is haunted. Oh, okay. Let me check. Let me see. Let me check the court feed. They aren't showing anything yet on the court feed. Oh, I just saw somebody walk by. I'm sharing that now because I saw somebody walk by. Let's see what happens while I do this whole wrap. So she just said, as we were watching the testimony, we moved into this house. And since we moved into this house in 2015, he's been convinced that this house is haunted. And she goes on to say that, he and his friend, they would play with the Ouija board. And you all know what a Ouija board is, right? We all played with Ouija boards when we were kids. And kids don't know the difference between whether a Ouija board is real or fake or what. Kids take that dead serious. I took it seriously. So, and I'm not saying that I'm, the benchmark for normal, but so many kids play with the Ouija board and they get spooked by the Ouija board. There are entire movies, right? There's a movie called Ouija. So is that the question? Can they infer anything from the state did not namely the shooter court? What? Is it on TV? Is it on court TV? Let me look at court TV real quickly. I'm not seeing anything. It's weird. In X. Okay. I hate that freaking platform, but I'll go there. I'll go there for you. And I say that having worked at Twitter for 6 months. Okay. Oh God. Let's see. I'm looking. Okay, I'm going to share this tab. Make it bigger here. Can we infer anything from witnesses the state did not name, namely the shooter? That was earlier. I feel like that was one of the earlier. Let's see what some of the responses are. I feel like that was that was an earlier question, to be honest with you. That was part of the earlier question. No, that is, feel free to update me. It's totally cool. Update me. No worries. But I'm not seeing any. I saw some movement in the court earlier, but I guess I was mistaken. So I'm going to go back to this testimony for now. Actively monitoring. Thank you very much for the updates. Do not hesitate to update me because I want to make sure that you guys are getting the latest. All right.
And his friend would go down to the basement and play a Ouija board. So they thought we had a house ghost. So it was around that time when he would mess with us that things were going on in the house. Silverware was flying across the room. Doors were slamming. He actually took a video of the door and showed me when I got home. And you can clearly see where he's standing back with his phone, looking at the door that's open. You can see him walk up the door and you can kind of see him slam it of him trying to say, see, our house is haunted. So it was that kind of stuff that he did.
Okay, and did that continue on into 2021 when you'd get messages like this?
Only a couple of times, but I think he just got over it. Like it wasn't, he got bored with messing around with the ghost.
Did you mess around with him?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to him?
When they were downstairs in the basement playing Ouija board one night, I went and flipped the circuit breaker off in the house.
Oh, isn't that funny?
He thought it was the ghost they conjured up on the Ouija board.
So I'm sorry, but your kid thinks that the house is haunted. Your kid starts playing Ouija board. You flip the circuit breaker to play into this cute little thing, not realizing that your kid probably doesn't understand the difference between fake and reality. And you and you just play along like, we're just, what does it say? You read the chat and right. Yeah. No. Yeah. I don't think there are any new developments. I also was checking out X as well. I hate calling it X. Solo Socks Sock knows that I hardly ever go to X anymore. I don't even use it to post anymore. Again, I worked there, you guys. And I won't use it anymore. Unless I have to. All right, here we go.
Did James ever mess around with you or with Ethan?
Yeah, a little bit.
Give us an example of what he did.
He said a lamp fell off a ledge in the basement, and so he named the ghost Victoria. So he was convinced there was another house ghost.
So we parents, we just decided, okay, let's play in with our kid and name the ghost Victoria. Okay, let's give the ghost life. Let's breathe life into the ghost and call it Victoria. And now you're about to hear pretty soon that James also pretended he was electrocuted.
So just kind of like an ongoing, like our house ghost, we called it. My son named it Boris Johnson. My husband named it Victoria. It was just like a little phase.
Was there ever a time where James pretended he got electrocuted?
Yes.
What did he do?
We were remodeling our living room, and he was taking the old ceiling fan down and having to figure out what wires go where to the new ceiling fan. And as he was reaching up, he pretended to get electrocuted, and he fell on the ground and was shaking. And I ran up and I kicked him. I don't know why I kicked him, but I did. And Then he stopped. And I realized he was joking, and my son had the phone recording the whole time.
So this kind of stuff.
So so you keep reinforcing trauma. Like sometimes, when you play with kids' heads like that, you have to let them in on the joke. You can't make the joke be on them all the time. They have to know it's a joke. Okay? Oh, that's interesting, Tiger Girl. The YouTube lawyer said on X that the juror question earlier almost certainly points toward a guilty verdict. Interesting. We'll see.
Between you, your son, and your husband was like typical joking around kind of stuff.
It was.
Okay, so when you look back at these texts now and you see that there's a demon throwing bowls and things like that, now looking back, do you think, oh my gosh, he had mental issues?
No.
What do you think was going on?
That is rigid thinking. Any caring mother who wants to learn from her mistakes should look back on that and go, oh my goodness, my son probably, because now that we know that he went out and killed 4 children, he had mental issues, lady, and you're still not admitting it. You're still denying it, because if you were to admit now that you look back on this and see that he had mental issues, then you are admitting guilt, right?
Yeah.
What I said, that it was just him messing around. He only did it when we weren't at home, and it was for a short period of time, and then he got bored.
Okay. So on that date, the prosecution admitted all kinds of stuff to show you were with your horse, and James was with your horse, correct?
Correct.
And you guys were with your horse.
Correct.
How long would you have been out there? What was a typical trip to the barn?
Usually about 3 hours. It takes about a half hour to get the horses tacked up and ready. We usually rode for about an hour, and then anywhere from a half hour to 45 minutes to cool them down.
And with respect to the horses, did you and James go out there? Did you go every day?
No.
How did that work? Who went? How did you guys pick?
Whoever felt like going or had the most availability. Sometimes I'd work late, past 6 o'clock at night. I couldn't go. There's nights that my son had to go to bowling that had taken. Whatever happened that day, we just say, I'm going, or you're going, or it just was day by day thing.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead. This has been admitted as Exhibit 84. This goes to March 8th and 9th. Okay, do you remember talking about those dates?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, this is another small indication, all right? She just talked about how their day-to-day schedule was basically made up day by day. They determined day by day who was going to do the pickup, who was going to do the drop off, who was going to take a kid here, who was going to take a kid there. Kids need structure. In order for them to follow any sort of routine, for them to, have time to do their homework, to have time to do the things they need to do and the things they want to do, they need structure. So these are the types of things that you need to plan out, and you need to show your kids that these are the types of things that you plan out. Jennifer had a regular schedule. The only thing that took away from her schedule was her horses and her affair. It appears that James at this time had a very flexible schedule because he was door dashing, right? So they could have had these things worked out a week ahead rather than, today, fly by night. It sounds like, Jennifer says she was always texting, where are you? Where are you? That was probably to try to figure out who's going to pick up the kid. I wonder how many times they left him standing there waiting for a ride somewhere. You know how that, when you're a kid, you don't realize how big the world is. You don't realize how much there is going on in a parent's life. And it feels like shit to be standing there being the last kid picked up by the parent. I wonder how many times that happened.
Okay. Now, on those dates, the prosecution admitted Exhibit 84, which is up on the screen. These are texts between James and you, and it looks like you're saying you're going to have to skip the barn tonight. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And then you ask, is Ethan going to bowling?
correct.
James says IDK. What does that mean?
I don't know.
All right. And you ask him about that. Okay. And I want you to describe, what are you doing in these text messages up on the screen here, these 4 in a row?
Can you go back to the green one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'm sorry.
That's fine. I got it now. I was just texting him, asking him if he was home from school yet,
Okay.
and if he had his phone on him.
So you're texting.
I think looking at this, we must have gotten into an argument about his grades and took his phone away the night before, which is why I was asking if he had his phone on him.
Is it common for you to text repeatedly about someone? Are you home? Where
Yeah.
are you?
Yes.
Okay. So in your messages, is it fair to say we're going to see that a lot from you?
Yes.
Okay. Your husband wrote back, he does not get home till 3:16. Did you know what time Ethan got home every day?
I knew it was after 3, like shortly after. I wasn't sure to the minute.
Okay, well then you wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, god damn it. What did you mean by that?
I don't know. Just if he walked home, I was worried if like he was upset, he would just walk to Little Caesars or Frosty Boy and not let us know, and then I'd worry, or he'd take the route through. There's like some kind of woodsy area to get to the trail to our house, and there's some homeless people that live back in there. It was just more or less, I was just worried about him just not wanting to come home because we got an argument the night before.
Thanks,
So when
Chopper.
you say I don't want him to do anything stupid, were you worried he'd hurt himself or anything like that?
No.
And James responds, dude, chill, he is fine, and I am trying to fucking work. Your next question, does he have his phone? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then he says he won't answer while he's walking. The exhibit speaks for itself. And then you start up with, I'm seriously freaking out. Is he home yet? And then it looks like a blank message.
Yeah.
Why are you freaking out so much?
Teresa, looks like your YouTube is glitching a little bit. You've chatted the same thing 3 times. I'm not sure what's going on. But yeah, interesting here. Interesting.
Because he didn't tell me he was home. So, and I think he must have, I don't know, this me with work, I couldn't get a hold of him. So it was like, why can't I get a hold of you? Why can't I get a hold of anybody?
Okay. Did this concern you ultimately that something happened that day, or did this get resolved?
I think he just got home and that was it.
Okay. Now, the next day, which would have been the 9th, you and James, we can agree, went to the barn together that day, correct?
Correct.
The prosecution provided a picture, GPS exhibits, phone data exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. On that day, we agree you guys are at the barn together.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to the prosecutor's exhibit 82 that was admitted. Okay. And you send him a message to Ethan that says, where are you? Or Ethan sends you a message that says, I'm sorry. You send a message to Ethan saying, where are you at 3:17 and 32 seconds, UTC -5, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then Ethan sends you all these texts. Can you get home now? I think that someone's in the house. Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. I thought it was you, but I came out, no one was home. There is no one in the house though. Dude, my door just slammed. Maybe it's just my paranoia. But when are you going to get home? Okay, what was going on that day?
So if you go back to the beginning of the thread,
Okay,
is it the beginning? So you can see the time on there. That was the time I'd be driving home from the barn. And when I got home, he was asking me why I didn't answer the text. And he said weird stuff was going on in the house again. And that was that.
Okay, when you walked in, do you recall discussing these messages with him?
It was mainly, I've been trying to text you. Why don't you answer? And I told him,
He said that or you said that?
he said that.
Okay.
And I told him I was driving home. I wasn't looking at my phone.
So why weren't you looking at your phone, or what's going on with did you have a signal? Do you not have a signal? What's happening?
I could have had a signal. I don't know. I probably just had my phone in the front seat of the passenger side.
She just seems to have a convenient explanation for everything. Oh, I was just at a signal, or I just wasn't looking at my phone, or that was the time I was driving. But this isn't the first time that he's been texting her. I'm seeing things flying through the house. Where are you? Where are you? You're not home yet.
I didn't look at it.
Okay. When you're out at the barn, do you get every text that people send you?
No.
What's your signal like out there?
I have Metro PCS, so it's not as good as somebody had AT&T and Verizon. But
So then, lady, why didn't you get AT&T or Verizon so that you could make sure that you get all your texts when you're at the fucking barn?
there's very limited spots at any barn I've been at where there's any type of signal. Usually you have to find the one spot you'll see everybody standing at talking on the phone, but it's not all over the barn.
What about on the roads to the barn?
So that barn we were at, it was between Oxford and Groveland area. So all those roads, once I pass the market, there's no signal unless until I got to a fire station, then I have a signal. And then once I pass the fire station, I wouldn't have a signal. When I hit a grocery store, I'd have a signal. Once I got past the grocery store, all the way to the barn, I had no signal.
Looking back on these texts now from March 9th, okay, seeing him say, there's someone in the house, I think. Someone walked in the bathroom and flushed the toilet, left the light on. Do you think he was having mental issues that day?
No.
What do you think? What is your conclusion about these messages at this time?
He was just messing with us.
Okay. Is this the kind of messing you previously talked about?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to March.
Do you think this woman would ever admit that her son had mental issues? Would she recognize? Did she educate herself to even understand what mental issues look like on a child? No, clearly not, because here we are.
20th. This is People's Exhibits 96 through 100. They established on this date you're out at the barn. This is you, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And another picture of you.
Yep.
And we've got data showing that you were out there, correct? Okay. And there's a text message exchange that was admitted as People's 96. I'm going to put that up on the screen for you, okay?
Okay.
So in People's 96, this is between you and your son, correct?
Correct.
He says, can you at least text back? You're asking, where's your dad? Text me when you're done yet? And he starts up with, I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone. I pick the clothes back up though. That's at, it looks like 2:34, and we may be off by an hour or so because it's that UTC. This one's -4. Your next text is jumping in shower, text your dad if I don't respond. And your text, no matter what the time zone is 6 hours later. Do you recall getting these texts?
It's 2 days.
Messages?
It's 2 days and 6 hours later.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. 2 days and 6 hours. So do you recall though getting these couple on the 20th about, I finished picking up the room. I cleaned until clothes started falling off the shelf. Do you recall that?
Only when we got discovery.
Okay. Now, looking back on these days, are you thinking, oh my God, he thought things were happening that were crazy?
No.
Do you think anything of it now?
No.
What do you think is happening in those messages?
I just think he was messing with us.
Okay, so those are 3 times where you guys are at the ranch and he's messing with you. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Oh, he's just messing with us. Don't worry about it. He's just messing with us. He does that all the time. And you know what? We mess with him too. So you know what? You are clearly crazy too, lady.
And at that time, that was months and months before November. It was in March. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so beyond March, was there other times where he was saying these goofy texts and messing around?
No, I don't think so.
So there's 2 more dates I need to ask you about. I'm going to go to April 4th, which was a Sunday, and that is going to be exhibit that was admitted 101. Okay. So exhibit 101 are text messages, and these are between, who are these between?
Those were between my son and his friend.
Okay. Now, prior to this case, did you ever see any of these messages?
I did not.
Were you aware any of them existed?
I was not.
Okay, so this is from April 4th, and your son's saying, he's the one sending messages that say, I hear people talking to me and someone in the distance. I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he gave me some pills and told me to suck it up. Like, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor. Was there ever a time where he asked to go to the
Gave me some pills and told me to suck it up. Wow. You should be on the cover of Parenting Magazine, James Crumbley.
doctor around this time?
I don't think so, no.
Then he says, my mom laughed when I told her. Was there ever a time where he's asking for help and you're laughing?
No.
Now, do you believe her? Do you believe her? I'm sorry. I don't believe her.
He writes to his friend, and this is just later that night, but I'm having bad insomnia and paranoia, and I need help. I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital, but then my parents would be really pissed. Okay, so this is all one long conversation. Is that right?
It tells you something that a kid is telling his friend that my parents would be pissed if I called 911 for myself. What would piss them off about that? So either it's true that the parents would be pissed, or he's just saying that. Why would he just even say that about them? Is he making that up?
Correct.
He says, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. This
Definitely
text
noticed that,
message
Chopper.
or instant message thread, were you even aware of this?
No.
Do you remember any time where he came and talked to you and said anything about hearing voices?
No.
Do you recall there ever being a time where he asked you to go to a doctor or to get help and you said no
No.
or laughed at him?
No.
So when you see these texts with his friend, do you have any idea, and if you don't, that's fine, do you have any idea what he's doing with his friend?
I don't have any idea.
Okay. Do you know if him and his friend messed around with each other like you and your husband do with him?
Speculation, Judge.
I'm sorry.
He should have to have personal knowledge.
When you were testifying earlier, you mentioned that your son and his friend would play within a Ouija board. Is that right?
Right.
When did that happen, or in relation to 2021?
I know he got the Ouija board for Christmas of 2020. So for a few months after that, they were really into playing it, and then they got bored with it. It's probably sitting on our shelf getting dust.
So parenting magazine cover subject. I have a kid who thinks our house is haunted. We moved into our house in 2015. And in 2020, I got him a fucking Ouija board. Okay. All right.
Okay. On April 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to that day. Do you recall texting his friend's mother? And I'm going to put up exhibit 104 on the screen. Okay. Do these texts look familiar to you?
They do.
Okay. Who are these between?
These are between me and his friend's mom.
Okay. And you say, you start off with Ethan is, I'm sorry, my son is in bowling tonight. I just want to let you know, not sure if he needs a partner. Why are you texting that?
I don't know why he wasn't bowling tonight, off the top of my head, but they have partners on certain nights of the week, and so him and his friend were always partners. So I was letting her know that he wasn't going to be there.
Okay, and this is on one date, April 29th. Did you talk to her on other dates, or is this like the only time you talked to her?
We've talked back and forth quite a bit.
Okay. Now on this date, you say he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school, but he doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him.
So, just a hint to parents out there. If your kid is seeming sad and depressed and you can't get through to them, it might be okay. It might be time to get a professional involved. Okay? Because it might be that your child doesn't feel comfortable talking to you because you might get mad because you might think that your kid is implying you're a bad parent because you're feeling all these things. Because clearly these parents take it personally when he says he feels bad in the head, right? I don't think the Crumbleys still have their house. I don't know, Lorton girl. I don't think they do. And also they did not have him covered on health insurance. She tried to say they had some sort of coverage. He was covered on her husband's insurance until he lost his job. And then she was going to get him covered during open enrollment, which wasn't cut up yet. So they had some bridge insurance, yada, yada, yada. But that wasn't stopping them all the times before then until James lost his job to get some sort of help, right?
Friend's mom mentions he stayed home from school today too. The only time they're happy is when they're together. Talking about grades, you mentioned this is all new to me. I'm not used to my son being moody. He's usually pretty happy and we'll talk about anything. I do know he's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in social do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. I just got to a point where he's got so far behind and we were out of town. He's having difficulties making it up. Where were you guys out of town?
In Florida, my mother-in-law passed away. So we were gone for a couple of weeks in the middle of April, taking care of funeral arrangements and everything.
And at this time, when you describe your son as being moody or depressed, did you think it was anything that warranted getting medical attention?
No, he was just being quieter. He's a quiet kid. He was just being quieter than normal. And I'd ask him if everything okay. He'd say fine, but I just tell he was a little sad. And I thought maybe I didn't see his friend in a couple of weeks. So I don't know if maybe they got into a fight and they weren't talking. So I was asking her if there was anything going on with his friend, which might have caused my son to be quieter than normal. But I think he was just really stressed out because those 2 weeks that we were in Florida, he got pretty far behind on his grades.
Okay, so then it goes on and you end up saying, yeah, me too. I'm glad they're getting along. And it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I told him just to do his best. Don't worry about it. Next year's a new year. And then maybe if his friend is feeling better, he wants to come over to work. And then you're talking about shooting up a gun range in the backyard, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So did this issue of him feeling depressed or acting moody, this one period of time, did that go on or did that discontinue?
It discontinued. I mean, it was a little phase. And he seemed to be fine. Him and his friends started coming over more. I think it was more or less his friend wasn't coming over as much, and
Oh, it's just a phase. It's just a little phase. But he's been thinking that his the house is haunted for 6 years, but it was just a phase. When my son refused counseling, I turned his pot pipe over to the cops and forced the court to have him on probation, which required counseling. It's work. It's sad. They get mad, but yeah, exactly. Consequences.
he just seemed quieter than normal.
And you guys were you had just been out of town. for a
Right.
year.
Yeah, and he just lost his grandmother, so that was sad too.
Okay. All right, and then there was one other conversation that you had with his friend's mother that the prosecution introduced as Exhibit 105. I'm going to put that up, okay? So this is actually from, let's see here, starts off on,
You're
I'm
right.
going to go
Lucy.
to Halloween, so 10/31 of 21. You say to her, James filled me in on his friend last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything. What was that about?
We had found out the day before Halloween that his son, my son's friend, went to Wisconsin to an OCD treatment school. We didn't know. We had
So that was her friend, Ethan's friend's parents doing something for their child who is having severe mental issues. Catch that?
Halloween plans. And we were texting with his friend's parents, about his friend still coming over to carve pumpkins on Halloween, because they do that every year, and then they go out and trick or treat. And we didn't hear from him, and all of a sudden we got my husband found out through his friend's dad that they drove to Wisconsin, and he's at an OCD treatment center for at least 90 days. So it hit us really hard because we didn't really expect it coming. He didn't expect it coming. It was hard.
Did you do anything different as a parent when his friend?
So I'm getting the sense that, Ethan and the Crumbley family found it hard for them. They weren't quite understanding how severe it had to be for the kid having OCD to have to go into a 90-day treatment center. Do you realize how severe OCD has to be for a kid to have to go into treatment like that? I mean, maybe they should have taken a note out of that notebook, right?
Friend was taken away essentially to the hospital or the other school.
I don't understand.
Did you do anything different as a parent in terms of spending time with your son?
I mean, we did as much as we could.
Okay, tell us about that. Tell us about that month.
I think we did more family game nights than normal. He was working a lot. I would check in with him, make sure he's doing okay. That's when I start asking him, do you have friends at school that you can hang out with? And if so, you're more than welcome to invite him over.
Okay.
I was more on point of the fact that he was sad.
Okay. And even though he was sad, did you feel like there was anything where he needed help or needed mental health treatment?
No.
Was his
Clearly
loss of
not.
his friend being in his life anything that made you think he needed counseling or a therapist?
Not to that extent, no.
I'm gonna unplug this so that we can go back through go to questions that don't involve exhibits, okay? Okay. So we were talking earlier about the mother-son gun range day, right?
Correct.
You've already told the jury how the gun was put in the car and taken out. Okay. Now, did you ever tell Brian Maloche about the mother-son day at the range?
I'm sure I mentioned it, yeah.
Did you ever tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, when did you tell Brian that the gun was in your vehicle?
On the day I went to the shooting range.
Did you tell Brian you put the gun in your car the day the shooting happened?
No.
So when he testified to that, was that accurate?
No, I think he was confused.
Okay. Did you specifically tell him about the gun being put in your car that other time?
Yes.
Aside from that time that you drove to the range, was the gun ever in your car?
No.
Were you aware Brian had memory issues?
No, I was not.
Brian testified that he never met Ethan. Later in his testimony, he said he did. Did he ever meet Ethan?
Yeah, a couple times at the barn.
Okay.
And we went, he came to our house, he helped deliver a big TV that we got, and my son was there.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about your son saying things or making you upset in any way like that?
No.
Did you ever tell Brian anything about he had mental health issues that you were worried about?
No.
So when we read your messages, which the prosecution admitted, the 77 pages, okay, it's fair to say the jury can read what you guys talked about and you reflect on all the, you talk about the past with Ethan, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the jury can read those. We don't need to go through those. You agree?
I agree.
Okay. So we got to Monday. Monday is 2 days after you guys go for the Mother's Sunday at the shooting range. Monday, Miss Fine leaves you the voicemail. We talked about that already. Talked about you talking to your son about it, right? Okay, I want to go to Tuesday, the 30th. Okay?
Okay.
Do you remember Tuesday the 30th?
I do.
And that day, we saw an exhibit of you going into work. That happened?
Yes.
And we heard lots of testimony already about you getting a call from Sean Hopkins.
Correct. He left me a voicemail and I called him back.
Okay. When you called back, Mr. Hopkins testified that he sent you something. What did he send you?
He sent me a copy of a math worksheet that had the scribbled out drawings on it.
Okay. And I want to ask you, the night before that scribbles out drawing thing came to you, did you have any interactions with your son?
Yes, we did.
What were those about?
I saw in power school that he had an E in geometry. So we got in an argument again about his grades. We took his phone away and told him that he couldn't go to the shooting range until his grades were brought back up.
Okay, so you guys had this argument the night before. We saw lots of messages where you thought everything was fine that Tuesday morning. Is that how you felt?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you got that math paper texted to you, do you recall saying anything to Ethan on the phone, on speaker?
Yeah, I asked him why he did that.
Okay. What were you thinking at that point?
I was actually kind of angry because I thought he did that in like defiance of us yelling him about missing assignments, and here he is drawing.
Everything's about her. Everything's a reflection of her. You drew a picture of a gun saying, "Help me," and blood all around. And this looks bad on us. I'm mad at you. Why would you do that to me? Not, what does this say about the state of your mental being or mental well-being, right? That is the nuance between a parent who is really looking after the mental well-being of their child and who is only thinking about how their child reflects on them. Okay?
Pictures on an empty assignment page in geometry.
So you felt like it was specifically him sending you a message about the night before?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you took it personally?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had asked,
She took the drawing personally. Not like a sign that maybe of what's to come, but she took it personally.
Mr. Hopkins to, if he had the original, and then he sent it to my email, which then I opened up and looked at it, and it's like, okay.
What did you think when you saw that?
I was a little concerned. I was pretty concerned. He had asked for a parent to come to the school to meet with them, and at this time I tried calling my husband to see if he could go because he was out in the area working, and I couldn't get a hold of him. So
I was concerned. So I called my husband to see if he could go to the school, even though my boss testified on the stand that I would let her go anytime she needed to deal with family issues. There was no problem with that. In fact, she didn't even have to ask to leave for family issues.
So I decided to go to school. On the way to the school, he finally called me back and he met me at the school. So we went together.
Okay, and when you went into the school, what did you think was happening?
I thought he was gonna get in trouble for what he drew on his assignment. I thought I was gonna get like suspended. I was expecting like a disciplinary meeting.
Okay, how did you feel about what you saw on that paper?
I felt concerned after seeing that.
Okay, and so we saw that you sent pictures of the math papers to Kira, to Andy, to Brian. It's fair to say you sent them around to people.
I did.
Okay, and to all those people, we've already seen all the exhibits. You expressed that concern.
Correct.
Okay, so what happens when you get to the school with you and James arrived separately? I think detective testified that he was wrong at first, thinking you went together, but you guys were separate, got there at the same time.
Correct.
Went in. What was it like walking into the meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Ejak? Who was there?
So when we first got there, Mr. Hopkins met us out in front of where the administration is and walked us back to his counseling office. When we walked in, it was just him, and then my son was sitting in a chair in front of his desk, working on something on his laptop. So when we walked in, he kind of showed us where to sit, and then we shook hands, introduced himself, and started the meeting.
Did you try to hug Ethan or do anything like that?
I didn't.
Okay. And when, how did that meeting go?
She didn't because she was mad at him and she wanted him to know she was mad. Not concerned. She wasn't concerned. She was mad.
It was pretty nonchalant. It was pretty brief. He started to tell, he basically filled me in on what my son and him were talking about for the last hour and a half. He said that my son told him that he was feeling sad over the death of our dog that we had, my mother-in-law, the loss of his friend. So we talked a little bit about that. We confirmed it. We decided, we agreed it was hard on him. He told us that he didn't feel my son was a risk, and actually gave him the option if he wanted to stay at school or go home. My son wanted to stay at school, so we all discussed that.
Did you feel like?
Yes, let's all go with what the son wants. Let's all go with, he's sad. He's drawing a picture of himself with a gun and blood that says help me. Let's let him make the decision. Okay.
Like you were taking the position of I am leaving him at school whether he can be here or not.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Were you surprised or were you not surprised? Did you have any feelings about whether or not he could stay at school?
I didn't really, I thought the advice that they were giving us was a good advice. We talked about him being sad, and then he said being around peers usually helps. We all agreed to that. My son gets very stressed out when he does virtual school. So
all of this is called confirmation bias. Oh, okay. So the things I heard them say were he needs to stay with his peers. all the things, she isn't picking out the part where he needs to get some sort of help within 48 hours. They aren't picking out the parts that the things he isn't saying.
We agree that it might stress him out more to do his school remotely the rest of the day. But there was never a time where I would refuse to take him home. I could easily, if he wanted to go, take him with me. I had no issues with that.
Okay, so ultimately,
But you don't go on what the kid wants to do when he is clearly in mental distress.
did you take a paper from the school?
The counseling papers, yeah.
Okay.
There is a
And remember, you guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, but at this point in time, this kid has a gun in his backpack. He has that gun in his backpack ready to go. And the night before on his social medias, he's talking about he's going to be the next school shooter. And all of that is missed.
like a stack, like maybe 10 sheets with multiple counselors listed on them.
Okay. And were you planning to do anything with that sheet?
Yeah, actually, we were going to start. I gave it to my husband out in the parking lot, and I told him I had phone calls at work the rest of the day. So I told him to start making calls once he got done doing his DoorDash.
Okay. Now, the prosecution introduced and admitted an exhibit, which was a search off of Yahoo about clinical depression treatments. Do you recall ever I'm saying Googling, but do you recall ever searching that topic?
I don't, and I don't usually use Yahoo as a search engine. I always use Google, so I don't know. I don't recall it. No.
Okay. Do you recall how or if you ever saw anything on Yahoo about clinical depression?
I don't remember specifically seeing anything. I might have looked at something when my husband was going through a really hard time after his mother passed away. He was he was drinking a little bit more than usual, and you just tell that he wasn't right. So I might have looked at something at that time, seeing if he was depressed, but not. I don't know where Yahoo came from.
You don't know how the Yahoo came to
No.
be. Okay. When you're on Facebook and Instagram and all those things, do you ever hit the clickbait stuff?
It sometimes on accident, sometimes I do on purpose.
Okay, so that search on Yahoo, you don't remember ever putting that in the search bar?
No.
Okay. But you are saying it's possible you looked at it. Is that?
It's possible.
Okay. All right. So let's go back. So you're at the meeting. How did the meeting end?
So we all decided that my son was going to go back to his class. So we wrote him a pass to go back to class. After he left, all four of us were, they asked if we had any questions, and we did not. And then I said, I'm going to go back to work. And
I just want to say something right here. So, in my view, Ethan wanted to be caught. He wanted to be stopped. He was openly looking at bullets in class. He drew a picture that said, "Help me," with a gun. The school intervenes. The parents come. They all collectively decide, oh, no. Let's let him go back to class. Without searching his fucking backpack. Now, the counselor says, well, I thought he was a danger to himself. So maybe going home, he would have done something to himself. Well, not if the parents were to go home with him and watch over him. It's called, unalive watch, suicide watch, right? Okay. But does thinking that he's only a harm to himself prevent you from looking in his fucking backpack? Holy hell, you guys. I mean, there's just so many things wrong with this.
we left and I went to work and my husband did DoorDash and
Did you mean to be abrupt about ending the meeting?
I didn't think I was abrupt.
Did you think you ended the meeting?
I think it just automatically ended when they asked if we had any questions and I said no.
Okay. So when there was testimony about that, I'm sorry, strike that.
Let me ask Ms. Smith, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm looking for an extra.
That's right,
We can
Red
do it
Bull and
now.
Red Rose.
Well, does Jerry need to do real quick?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I just want to be considerate of.
No, we can go anytime. That's fine.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt you.
You're fine. That's fine.
So can you take a break until about 5 after 3? Second?
All right, Secretary.
So they take a break, and you know the and the testimony continues, and I'm going to jump to that in a minute. But I want to show you something on Twitter real quick, or X. Let me just grab it real quick. And I haven't seen this yet myself, but I think it's interesting. I just want us to see what this looks like because I've never seen it. Hold on, I'm grabbing it just a moment. Wait, oops. Okay, this is video from the night that James Crumbley pretended that he was electrocuted. Let's see how scared we are. Let's see what this looks like. Hold on a moment. All right.
All right. Just kidding. I just peed my pants. I just peed myself. Not funny. Oh my god. I hate you. Thing I think. All right. Just kidding. I just peed my pants. I just peed myself. Not funny. Oh my god. I hate you.
All right. So at least it didn't go on for a long time, right? It didn't go on for a long time, but still, it's kind of fucked up when you already know that your kid is thinking that there are ghosts and goblins in the house. Right? Anyway, yeah, for those of you asking, there is no verdict yet. I've been actively monitoring the court feed. I just saw a head walk by on one of the court feeds. I've been monitoring X for the verdict. Oh, there's one other thing I want to show you. That's kind of funny before we go on to the testimony, but let me just, yeah, I'm going to show you this real quick. So somebody caught Shannon maybe flipping people off, maybe giving the bird. What do you all think? Let's watch this. Hold on a sec. What do you think? Watch closely. Is Shannon about to flip the bird?
If someone was audibly sobbing in the audience, I would hope that they, like I said, and just I didn't know the reason for it. I get told that not to show emotion. I guess some emotion is involuntary, so I guess I'm.
Oh, hell yes. Hell yes, she was flipping that bird. Oh my God. Let's watch that again. Let's slow it down. Darn it. Ah, shoot. Sorry, guys. Freaking.
This is a very emotional situation for everyone. If someone was sobbing in the audience, I would hope that they would exit. And as you said, I didn't reason for it. I didn't tell you that you have to show emotion. I guess some emotion is involuntary, so.
Look at that. Come on. I mean, you got to believe Shannon Smith is she's a little immature, right? She might do that in court. She might just do that in court, but who knows who it was to? It looks to me like she's looking at her co-counsel, like not her opposing counsel, but her co-counsel. She is. She's like a middle schooler. Who does that? Jesus. Okay, I'm going to do one more search just on Crumbley trial just to make sure on X that there's no. There are 6 men and 6 women in the jury, by the way, I'm seeing here. But there appears, let's see here. There appears to be no verdict and no action in the court. So I am jumping forward. I'm moving back to the testimony, and I'm jumping forward to it. All right. Possibly, Crystal. I mean, there's about an hour to go in their day today.
Okay. All right, you ready? Okay. We were talking about the meeting at the school, and I think the jury's heard a lot about that meeting. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward. You go back to work, right?
Yeah.
We saw the exhibit of you walking back in.
Correct.
Okay, we heard.
Mother of all cycle breakers, I kind of prefer if you don't mention other channels and promote other channels here. It's just it's kind of a thing between creators, you know. I don't have a major thing about it. It's just a courtesy thing. That's all.
Amanda Holland testify about how she gives you some advice. Do you recall her giving you advice?
I don't.
Is she somebody you go to for advice?
No.
Why not?
We were never like friends outside of work, and she was Andy's administrative assistant, so it was just formalities really with her. We didn't really have anything common. Her child was real young, I had a teenager.
Okay. All right, I want to go to the time where you heard there was an open shooter. The jury's already heard how you heard about that, okay? And we know you got in your car, you drove up to Oxford, right?
Correct.
Okay. We heard about the description of that caravan. Did you see that caravan?
Yeah, I joined it, a black SUV, and that was my fastest way to get to school.
Okay, so you actually were a part of that with all the law enforcement officers all headed up.
Yep, I just kind of jumped in.
What is that, Lapeer Road?
It started on 75. I work at Square Lake and Telegraph, so I got 75 from Square Lake there, and it was well before the M24 exit. I would say about a quarter of a mile. The tractors backed up.
Okay. Now, you sent a.
So by the way, now we're continuing on to further on in the day when the shooting actually occurs and what she did and didn't do.
Text, and if you need to see it, let me know. You sent a text to your son that says, "You can talk to us." Why did you send him that?
After I left the meeting, I knew that he was sad about things, and I just wanted to let him know that he can talk to us about anything. Just wanted to make sure I opened that door. Just let him know that we're there for him. We
Too
love
little,
him.
too late.
Okay, and he said he loved you. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, was there anything unusual about that?
Yeah, he's at that age where it was hard to get "I love yous" back out of him. For me to open my text and just see him randomly saying "I love you" was abnormal for him.
Okay, did you think anything at that point?
No, not right at that point. I think I said text back "I love you too." I don't remember. I believe I did. Yeah.
Okay, and later in the thread, you say, "Don't do it." So when you hear there's an open shooter at the school, I want to know in your mind, what do you believe is happening?
Well, my husband had called me when I was still at work, and he said there's an active shooter at Oxford High School. I can't get a hold of Ethan. And that's when I opened my phone and I saw the "I love you" text. And then I texted him, "Are you okay?" In the process of it, I was getting my stuff and running out the door, letting my boss know that I had to go to my son's school. It was on 75 when I was trying to get to the exit, that my husband called me. He asked me where I hid the bullets, and I told him, and then he said that the gun is missing. So instantly I'm like, oh my gosh, he's got the gun. I didn't actually think he was at the school shooting it. I thought maybe he walked home and
Walked home after you didn't take him home after the school counselor meeting? The fuck? Okay.
got the gun and was in the field by the school. I didn't imagine my son actually going into a school and shooting. And then when we got more updates, I was like, oh my gosh, he's a school shooter. He's going to kill himself, because in my mind, that's what school shooters have done. They've killed themselves after. So I yelled in my talk to text, "Ethan, don't do it," because I thought.
So the only thing on her mind is, okay, he's a school shooter. He might kill himself. Don't kill yourself. Not don't kill all those other fucking kids. Don't kill yourself. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Thought he was going to kill himself.
At that point, did you think Ethan had killed anyone?
No, I didn't even think he shot anyone at that point.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Did you believe he injured anyone or shot anyone, did anything?
No. I thought he was going to kill himself.
Okay. So you find out the gun's missing. So you do think he's got the gun, but is going to turn it on himself.
Right.
Okay. So where did you, at that point you went to the substation? I think we saw the video.
Yeah. My husband had called me when I got close to the house. He said the substation just called and they want us to come down there. They have my son. And so I picked him up on the way and we drove to the substation together.
When you say picked him up, picked who up?
My son was in custody, basically. The
Right. So who did you pick
I
up?
picked up my husband. I'm sorry.
Okay. You picked up James. Okay. What was going through your mind at this point, going from picking James up to the substation?
I don't know. I asked my husband, I was like, is he alive? And he said, oh no, we're going down there. I didn't really know what to think. I was kind of it was kind of hazy. It was kind of, everything was a little surreal. I still didn't believe that he actually shot anybody or was in the school. I just knew that there was gunfire. I didn't know the extent of it at all.
So when you're at the substation, did you asked them about fatalities? We saw it on there.
That wasn't at the subs. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay, but you didn't get an answer, right?
No.
At that point, were you thinking that anyone was injured or that anyone was hurt?
He did say there was injuries, and at that point, my mind went to, we can handle injuries. We can handle injuries. I went into,
Oh, we can handle injuries. If there are injuries, that's not a problem. If that doesn't change people's lives, school shootings, they don't choose people's, they don't. Bye-bye. They don't choose. What the hell? Yeah, I got rid of that person. It's a troll.
I went into kind of like go mode, like what do we have to do? My son's arrested. I did not think there would be any fatalities.
You didn't think there'd be any injuries?
No, I didn't think there'd be injuries. I didn't think there'd be anything, but I just went into that mode. Like we can handle injuries and we can figure this out and go from there.
Okay. We saw the interview at the substation.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all that with you, okay? After that, you go.
See the way she's processing that? Okay, if people are injured, we can get through that. Not if there are fatalities. So she's only thinking about that from her perspective, right? Not from the people who have been victimized, not from the people who have been harmed or killed, from the perspective of what happens to them, right? Okay.
Go to your house. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the next thing, police are at your door.
We were at the house for a minute. We were putting some hot water on the oven, on the stove. My husband walked out back to the side of the house. I saw him walk towards the end of the driveway through my kitchen window. I was sitting in my kitchen on my phone talking to my dad, and I realized my husband was gone for a little bit longer. I didn't see him walk back. So I walked out the front door of my house.
And what'd you see?
There was a bunch of officers with guns drawn on me.
Have you ever been in that position before?
No, I have not.
What did you think when that happened?
I don't know. I remember just dropping my phone and putting my hands up and then being handcuffed. It all happened so fast. It was shocking.
Okay. We saw you sit in the car with James with the handcuffs, right?
Correct.
So we don't need to go through all that.
No.
After that, we saw a video where you're sitting in the car and you talk to police for a long time. There's a lot of long pauses in it, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that whole video right now, okay? But if there's something you need, you can let me know. During the substation meeting, while you're with Joe Bryan,
This is direct examination.
I'm
What, where,
I'm
when, what
asking a
happened?
question. I'm just putting us in a space. I'm going to ask a non-leading question. Okay. So we all can see that you are using your phone while you are speaking to law enforcement. I want to know what you're doing on your phone. It's not leading.
What were you
And the
doing
whole
on your
jury can hear you constantly saying
phone?
object.
What were you doing on your phone?
I was first I was looking for the paper to show the officer that was sitting next to me. The first one I pulled up, I couldn't get to zoom in, so I had to search through my emails for the other one to get that pulled up. Once I got my phone back, I'm pretty sure I was going through the mass amount of text messages and Facebook messages I was receiving from family and friends asking if my son was okay, because at this point in time, nobody knew anything. I was also messaging with my my boss, who happens to be an attorney, trying to get his advice on what to do. I was on my phone, I'm not going to deny it. I was probably looking at text messages and Facebook messages and just trying to get updates on anything.
Is that the same or different when you're in the back of the patrol car?
What do you mean?
There's a point where you're in the patrol car by yourself.
Right.
Okay, you've got your phone. Tell us what you're doing on your phone at that point.
I now was messaging with my dad a lot because I had dropped the phone when I was talking to him and I got arrested. So I was filling him in what was going on. I was also messaging immediate family members and close friends that my son was okay, but he was the shooter. So that's mainly what I was doing.
What was your state of mind like at that time?
I don't know. It was pretty numb. I didn't really believe I had a hard time. I don't know. I was numb. I didn't really believe like everything was happening the way it was. It was surreal. My mind was in all different places.
Okay, so you when did you find out there were fatalities?
In the back of the car when I was by myself, and I asked the officer, and he told me there's 4 fatalities.
That's on the video.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you questions about that, okay? All I can hear is object, and it's very distracting. I would ask them to write notes or something. 'Cause it's very distracting.
Wham.
I can hear them, but just try to put your voices down.
I didn't think of that.
Okay,
Okay,
We're not saying times.
okay, well, she can hear you saying something apparently. So.
okay. So this is the time where you find out there's fatalities. I'm going to move on to a different topic. On your cell phone, do you have a habit of deleting messages?
Usually it's threads.
Okay, explain to the jury what you do, because go ahead and explain.
Well, on Facebook, I do a lot of Facebook Marketplace, so I get a lot of messages.
What's Facebook Marketplace?
Where you buy and sell things. So the first main screen of my phone will get clogged up with Marketplace messages, so I'll just delete threads to my main people come up that I talk to on a regular basis. If that starts getting full, I delete those threads too. Same thing with text messages. I delete threads until the main people I talk to are up on the main screen, so I don't have to scroll down to find them.
Okay, so is that a habit that you started that day, that month? When did you start doing this deleting text thing?
Pretty much when I got a cell phone. I've always done that.
Okay. Did you go out of your way, in this case, to delete like certain messages?
Not intentionally, no.
And so when there's a message they say you deleted that indicates the gun was locked, do you recall deleting that message?
No, I completely forgot I sent that message.
Or unsending it, I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay, there's another message that is unsent talking about we did everything right, that kind of thing. Do you recall unsending that message?
No.
Okay. So when law enforcement got found that there was a lot of deleted content, does that surprise you in any way?
No.
And you don't dispute, you've seen a lot of text message threads that have been admitted. You agree those were a lot of the messages going on, is that right?
Right.
And a lot of those are what were deleted.
Correct.
Okay. So after you're interviewed, there was a point where the police tell you and James, you guys need to leave the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you guys go?
We went up to, the first time we ended up going to the Holiday Inn Express and sitting in the parking lot trying to figure out what was going on, waiting for them to call us.
Was there a point you had to go back to the house?
Yes, they called us to come back to the house.
Did you know why you're going back?
They told us that the search was over and they just wanted us to come back to the house.
Okay, so when you got back to the house, what happened?
We went into the house and then the detective asked for our cell phones.
And were you reluctant about giving over your cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay, why is that?
Sounds bad, but my life is in my cell phone. My contacts are in my cell phone. Everything I need is in my cell phone. I don't memorize phone numbers. I have an emergency going on and they're taking my only means of contact away from me.
Okay, there was a suggestion to go get burner phones or track phones, prepaid phones.
Correct.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so there was evidence, you went to Walmart in Lapeer, does that sound right?
Yep.
And we saw the receipts. There's been a lot of text messages about threats. Tell the jury about what you were receiving.
We were receiving so many threats on let me back up. On our new track phones, in my Facebook Messenger, there was a ton of threats. I wasn't getting text threats on my new track phone with my number, but my Facebook Messenger was blowing up with threats. Once I got into my email account, that was blowing up with threats. People found my realtor.com profile that I hadn't had for years and were sending me messages through that. I had people sending me screenshots of text threats they found that I didn't know about.
How were you feeling at this point?
I was feeling pretty scared.
Okay, scared of what?
Well, scared that somebody might hurt us.
Okay. At that point, did you ever go back home?
This is the first time, right?
I'm talking after you bought the track.
Oh, no, we went to the hotel in Lapeer.
Okay. So you go to the hotel in Lapeer, and then how long did you stay there?
Just one night,
Okay, so that was the night of
the 30th.
the 30th. Okay. What did you do on the 1st?
We woke up. I knew I had to make arrangements. I had a senior dog and 2 cats still at the house. I didn't know what to do with. My neighbor was sending me updates, letting me know that there was still media around my house, that my house had multiple random pizza deliveries that people were calling in. So I had to get dog food for our dog, and I met her at the actually in the church parking lot behind Red Naps that afternoon to give her the food.
Okay, and I believe that we've heard about that and saw the GPS stuff. Did you go to any banks?
Not on that day.
Okay, did you go anytime that week?
Yes.
All right, why were you going to banks?
When all this unfolded and we found out that it was my son that was a shooter, I get a lot of advice from my dad. My dad's been involved in some civil suits before. He told me that there's probably going to be a lot of lawsuits, and they're going to try to take your assets. I don't have any assets. The bank owned my house, the bank owned my cars, and all I had was the cash in my bank. And he said they could freeze your account. So I went and withdrew money from my account. My dad also deposited extra money in my account during that time to give to us, help us retain a lawyer, which I withdrew as well.
Okay, so you withdrew that money. Did you withdraw anything from an account that had Ethan's name on it?
We transferred money from that savings account to our account.
Okay, explain that account. I know it says Ethan's name on it. Is anyone else listed on the account?
No, it's a Simply Kids savings account through Flagstar Bank. So he opened it with $200. I don't think he really had any more than $100 left after things he wanted to buy, but I transfer money from my check into that account. So we kind of use it as a savings account too.
Okay, did you leave any money in that account?
If we did, it was very little.
Okay. So on December 1st, we heard testimony already that your son was charged. You watched online. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. We heard on the 1st, did you guys stay at the hotel in Lapeer or did you go somewhere else?
No, we went to the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Okay. Why is that?
Probably for the cheapest rates, and it was a decent hotel. Not any other reason why.
Okay. So how long did you end up staying at the extended stay in Auburn Hills?
We ended up staying there for 2 days.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that charges were going to be announced at some point. Did you know when charges would be announced?
No, I was kind of following the news articles, trying to get updates. My cousin was sending me a lot of texts, saying, I think they're going to charge you too. We didn't think I would get charged, maybe my husband, because the gun was in his name. So we had an awareness of it, but I don't think it really actually set in that it was going to happen until it did.
Okay. So we heard testimony that on December 3rd, you end up at an art studio. Explain to us what was the hotel? Extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us all where you went. How do you get from that hotel to the art studio in Detroit and why? Give us the rundown.
So we ended up going to Owasso to get our normal cell phones. So they couldn't shut down accounts.
Why couldn't you shut down accounts?
Because the two-factor authentication, so it was sending a text message to my old phone number that I didn't have. So I had my employer yelling at me to shut down my LinkedIn account, my Instagram account, because I had my employer's name all over it. So we had to get our cell phones with our old numbers on it to get that back.
Were you trying to deactivate Facebook and stuff too?
I was trying. Well, I already deactivated Facebook. My husband needed to deactivate his Facebook. I had to deactivate LinkedIn and Instagram, and I couldn't get into my email on my burner phone because of that two-factor authentication code thing.
Okay, so you guys went to Owasso and
Yes.
got what?
We got regular cell phones with our old numbers on it.
Okay. Then what?
Then it's when Andre, my friend, called.
Is there any reason you went to Owasso to get those phones?
Yeah, we didn't feel safe in the local area.
Okay, so you drove like the hour they tested. Okay. All right, so then what?
So my friend Andre, who owns the art studio, called and was checking in to see how we were doing, and he wanted to stop by our hotel. It was the night of the 2nd. So he actually came to our hotel that night, and he invited us to come to his art studio the next day just to be around a friend, he wanted to buy us sandwiches. He wanted to show us art studio. He's just a really nice guy that was just offering a friendship during that time when we didn't know what was going on. So that's how we ended up going to the art studio.
Okay, how did you get to the art studio?
I drove.
Okay, drove what?
I drove my car, and my husband left our other car at the hotel.
Okay, so we've heard about how one car is like left at this hotel. That's because you guys went together to
Correct.
Detroit.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know you were going to get charged at that point?
We had heard they might announce charges sometime that day.
Okay, but I want to know, did you know you were definitely being charged at that point?
Oh, no.
Okay, so you tell us what happened when you got to the art studio. I think we saw him show you where to park. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Why did you park where you parked?
I was parking close to the dumpster, and he told me to move away from the dumpster because people like to throw stuff out there. So I moved. He showed me where to park. So I wasn't taking anybody's parking space or blocking the dumpster or any of that.
Okay, so then what did you guys do that day?
He showed us around the building, and then we went to the art studio. Andre had a business meeting, I think at 11 o'clock that day. And so he left the building for a little bit. He came back after charges were announced. So he came back when we found out we were getting charged. He brought sandwiches back. At that point in time,
How were you feeling at that point when you found out you're getting charged?
just freaked out. I've never been charged anything in my life.
Okay, so you've never been charged with a crime like this?
Like this, correct.
Okay, of this magnitude.
Her
Right.
lawyer had to correct
So
her on that.
Okay, so you know you're charged, or you know that they want you. What was your plan at that point?
Well, I was in touch with my attorney,
Me.
you, and I was taking your advice that we're going to turn ourselves in
When were you planning to turn yourself in?
the next day. So it would be Saturday morning.
Okay, why was that?
That's when the Novi court was doing arraignments that day.
Okay, so on Friday, the whole afternoon, you know you're being charged. That afternoon, what was your plan at that point? Or what were you doing at that point?
I was debating whether or not to go back to Auburn Hills and stay at the extended stay. And I think this is before we even knew there was a manhunt out for us.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with the defense exhibit, proposed exhibit A?
Take note, pro se litigants.
No objection.
You request
object
to
to the
approach.
Okay, thank you. Okay, A is admitted. Can you tell the jury what that document shows?
It's a Priceline.com travel itinerary, year trip from December 1st.
Okay.
Last visited 12/3/2021.
Okay, so when you're, on 12/3, are there also searches for another hotel?
I think so. Yeah, well, there's a,
It's like flat affect.
Priceline checkout, Auburn Hills, 12/4, 12/5.
Destination.
So I think I was looking at for those dates.
So you were planning to, is it fair to say then you're looking for a hotel?
Objection deleting.
All right, so that exhibit, what does it tell you about your plans for 4/4 to 4/5?
To be in Auburn Hills, extended stay.
Okay, what is Priceline?
We've got movement in the court. They're probably just coming back to say they don't have something yet. Or it's a question. Let me see what it says on Twitter. Probably just an end of the day check-in.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279990FH.
Thank you, Mark Keith, on behalf of people.
Thank you, Shannon Smith, on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley, who sits to my left.
All right, I'm gonna contact with the jury, so they want to stay till 4:45, and if I want to come back tomorrow. But unless there's an objection, I might, release, two of the other 5 sequestered jurors and tell them that they're sequestered at their home. Is there, do you object to that?
Not at all.
No objection.
And then puzzles and Sudoku and that they're probably losing their minds. So I was going to release 2 or 3 and have them go about their business, but they would still be sequestered. So they would still be subject to sequestration of the court and not be permitted to be spoken to by anyone, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any preference, 2, 3?
I think that's so reliable, Your Honor, I'd say 3.
Can we approach her?
Sure.
So they're talking about whether they're probably going to send the jury home. And they're talking about how many alternate jurors to release, but still sequester such that they can't, talk about the case. Sequester not in place, but sequester from a discussing the case perspective. And I can see that Jennifer has still not found a brush in the jail. I guess they don't give out brushes in the jail. I don't know. As we wait for this, I was on Twitter, X, whatever, earlier and checking out various polls, and they're really close. Most of them are leaning toward guilty, but they're all really, 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 really close. Everybody has their own, ways of looking at things, right? And even my poll is really close, or I'm sorry, leaning toward guilty. But what we want is not necessarily what's going to happen or what is the law. Even if she's found not guilty or it's a hung trial, I don't think any of us would want to end up in this position, right? Where our child ends up doing a school shooting. So hopefully it will be a deterrent regardless of what the verdict is. I don't think any of us could legitimately say that her parenting didn't contribute to what happened. I just don't know in the law whether that means it's going to be a guilty or a not guilty. You know what I mean? So the jury's coming in and they're going to talk about whether to send some of them home, I believe, some of the alternate jurors, because there are 5 alternate jurors. Listen closely because the judge is hard to hear.
Puzzles, done Sudoku. I heard one of you was sleeping on the floor. I won't name names or any of you. I'm so sorry. Hopefully you realize the reason behind it. Okay, so here, the 12 of you have not come to a verdict yet, so they're going to be returned. But life happens, and in the event that one of those jurors was indisposed, we would need one of you to fill in for them, and they would be instructed to start deliberations all the way over again. So that's the reason for it. That being said, I'm going to dismiss 3 of you by blind draw today. Actually, I shouldn't use the word dismiss. I'm going to have 3 of you not
Left there,
return
Sam.
tomorrow, but you're still sequestered. Understand what I'm saying? So some of these people sitting out here would love to talk to you, but they are not allowed to talk to you and you're not allowed to talk to them. And it's the same as every day when you leave here, you're still sequestered. I just think that you would prefer to be doing your laundry or going to work or doing whatever it is, but I still have to trust you to not discuss the case. All right? Are there any questions about that? But I'm gonna have 2 of you come back. I think you've already ordered your lunch, so I'm hoping the 3 of you ordered something you like. No? No. Yeah.
My question is, if we're one of the 3 that go home and spend the day at home tomorrow, how do you know if will you call us as soon and let us know to do the following day?
Absolutely. I feel bad enough that I feel like I kidnapped you. Okay, so I feel bad enough that you're here. I know that you know why. Okay, because you know, when this is all over, I'll tell you stories about strange things that happen and jurors and, you know, just life happens. So, as you know, this is a very long, emotional and frankly expensive process. To start over would be devastating for everyone in the room. So I appreciate you. I feel bad, but I would feel worse if we didn't have enough jurors to finish deliberations. Okay. So 3 of you, I'm going to pick three numbers by blind draw, and then you can exit, and they're going to take you down to your car. And we have your phone numbers. You are still sequestered, all of you, and the other 2 have to return back in the morning. Okay. And I'm going to tell you again that during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. So do not go on social media, don't post anything, don't go on Facebook, don't do research, don't discuss the case with anyone, whether you're at home or at work or here spending the day with me again. All right. So I'm going to pick 3 of you by blind draw. The other 2 have to return at 9 o'clock in the morning. All right. All right.
Especially not YouTube true crime. My God.
17. You can be sequestered at home. Juror, let's see, 4.
Only alternate jurors, Yella, not the actual jurors.
Juror, let's see, 10. 10. You can be sequestered at home. All right. You can bring things with you. You're 9 and 15. Jurors that see 9 and 15. I mean, obviously you can't bring a newspaper or something like that. You still can't research the case. But if you have work, you can finish my crocheting for me. If you know how to crochet, you know, anything like that. I know it has to be really boring, but I think you understand the purpose. You can't talk to anybody. Again, a lot of people here would love to talk to you, but none of you are allowed to talk to the press or discuss the case with anyone. All right? And we do have your phone numbers. So I'm going to release you to go back to Judge Anderson's.
We have your numbers.
You're going to be escorted out of the building. And then the 2 remaining jurors, if you could come here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right? Any questions about that? Okay. We appreciate you. Thank you for understanding.
All rise for the jury.
Let's see if anything interesting happens as Jennifer is escorted out. She doesn't have a verdict yet. She's probably hopeful that means that they're gonna do a hung jury or a not guilty, and that may be the case. Oh, let's see what else is said here. Hello. Hello. Knock, knock. What's happening now? It's almost like they're waiting for a commercial break to end or something. Oh, I know what it is. That was just the alternate jurors that they brought in, and now maybe they're bringing in the regular jurors and telling them to go home. So there's going to be another all rise. They're whispering sweet nothings. I wonder if Shannon's like, yeah. Okay, here's the regular jury. Okay, now we have to listen closely for the mumbling judge. Do you hear guilty in those steps or not guilty or hung?
All right, so I'm going to have you come back tomorrow morning. What time do you want? 9 o'clock?
Do we like 9?
9 is good.
9 o'clock? Okay, you're going to return tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We appreciate your efforts. We appreciate you taking this seriously. This is very serious, as you know. And I need to tell you that during the trial, do not read, listen to, watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they will give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, don't post, don't go on Facebook, don't do research, don't discuss the case with anyone. All right? Any questions about the schedule? We'll be kind of at your will. So get a good night's sleep. Maybe sleeping on it will help you, right? Stay healthy. We appreciate you. And we'll see you at 9 o'clock, right?
All right, adjourned.
Jennifer's looking at them like, what do their faces say? Do they say guilty? Do they say not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty?
I'll let the jury go first. I just want to make sure that the jury, both sets of jurors.
Pixie Dot, there will be no verdict today. Jury has been sent home. I'm just being nosy to try to figure out if anything else is said to Jennifer at this point, or the lawyers, or anything like that.
So we'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, thank you.
Just gonna make sure that the jurors.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's watch Jennifer's energy as she is escorted out of the room. Yes, please remember to hit the like button from the bushes, from the lurking stands. Consider becoming a member to support the channel. She looks a little flushed. She looks nervous. I wish her hair would get brushed. Seriously. To answer your question, opinionated about what is she charged with before, I don't know what she was charged with before, but the question was that there was something about, were you surprised at the charges? And she said, I've never been charged with anything before. If you've been charged with a speeding ticket, you can't say that. And so you're not credible as a witness to yourself. If most likely, Barb, if it's a hung jury, most likely she'll get released. So going back to the charges, you can't sit there on the stand and say you've never, ever, ever been charged, even if you've been charged with a speeding ticket. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, that's what I'm saying. You have to be honest on the stand, and you can't just sit there and just kind of fly off sloppily and be like, I've never been charged. And then her attorney had to correct her. Now, there could be more drastic charges that she has on her record. I don't know. I haven't looked it up, to be honest with you. Other people in the chat may know what she was charged with before. Yeah, Judge Mumblemouse. Judge Mealy Mouth. That is a messy neck bun. Now, I wear messy neck buns all the time. I ain't gonna lie. But I'm not in court for my life. That's why that's one of the reasons I was interested in starting this channel, is because court is where the stakes are the highest, right? Lives are on the line. And it absolutely astounds me how people show up for court, how they behave in court when their lives are on the line, how they will lie through their teeth when their life is on the line. All right, there she goes. So we're going to pick this up tomorrow, y'all. I will start early in the morning tomorrow. We got bars. So I'm going to bail out of this. I'm going to pick this up early in the morning tomorrow with more verdict watch, and we'll continue watching her testimony. There's not very much left in her direct examination, and then quickly it goes to cross-examination. The cross-examination is worth the wait. Yeah, she's 45 years old. The cross-examination is worth the wait. It's really good because he just takes her to task on all the things that she's been saying. I'm going to drop my membership link one more time in case you would like to consider joining. Please remember to hit the thumbs up. I really appreciate you all being here and being respectful, with the exception of a troll that I had to delete. But otherwise, you guys have been awesome as usual. You're smart, you're funny, and you entertain me in these dark subjects. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? It's early for me, but hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for you. You're here for me. We're here for each other. I was meant for you, and you were meant for me. Everything's a song to me, you guys. Everything's a song. All right. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, Scarlet, Sparkles. I love you all. Thanks for being here. I will talk to you in the morning.